Good evening, everyone. I'm Mayor Michael Owens, and I would like to welcome you all to the May 13th City of Mableton City Council meeting. Thank you all for coming out here tonight, council, staff, and our distinguished members of our community. We're going to go ahead and get this meeting started this evening. There's quite a few things that's on here, so buckle in, and thank you all for being here, though. We appreciate it. With that, Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Mayor Owens.
Present.
Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Ron Davis.
Present.
Councilmember District 2 Michael McNeely.
Present.
Councilmember District 3 Keisha Jeffco.
Present.
Councilmember District 4 Cassandra Brown.
Present.
Councilmember District 5 TJ Ferguson.
Present.
Councilmember District 6 Deborah Herndon.
Present.
Quorum present.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Councilman Davis, would you mind giving us a brief invocation, please, sir?
Yes, sir. Let us pray. Oh, most gracious God, we thank you, Father, for this day. We thank you for your grace and mercy. Father, we just pray right now that you continue to guide us as we guide this city to the place where you would have it to be. Father, we just thank you right now for all that you have done, all that you are doing right now for this city and its residents, and the things that you will do, Father, in the future. We honor you, we bless you in Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
Thank you for that, sir. Councilman McNeely, as a proud Army veteran, would you do us the honors of leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance? Ladies and gentlemen, if you could please stand. Flag is due behind me.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, Council, item 5 is our agenda. You've all been provided a copy of the agenda prior to the meeting. At this point in time, I'd like to entertain a motion to approve the agenda as written.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the agenda as written.
A second.
Thank you. Motion's been made and properly seconded by Councilman Ferguson. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of approval of the agenda, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. Ayes have it. Thank you. Council will move directly into a couple of public hearings we have for this evening. The first one is RAZ 2026-002. This is the first read and public hearing of this. This is for a property at 640 South Gordon Road, and the request is to rezone the subject property from R20 to RD for a duplex development. With that being said, we have Deputy Director Garver, I think, that's coming forth. And I know we went over this at the work session on Monday, but Deputy Director, will you give us a brief overview of this, and then we will proceed to open in the public hearing.
Yes. Good evening, Mayor and Council, members of the public. This is a rezoning application for property located at 640 South Gordon Road. This property is being rezoned from R20 to RD, which is the residential duplex zoning district. Is there a clicker or no? Or you have it? Okay. So this property is zoned, as said, R20. Looking at the zoning map, you can see the surrounding properties are also zoned R20, with some general commercial and neighborhood retail commercial in the area. The future land use map similarly shows medium density residential for this property as well as the surrounding properties, and then neighborhood activity center for that light pink area here on the map. And the subject property is where you see the star located. This slide shows the current location of the property. You can see that it has been previously cleared. It was cleared under a previous Cobb County land disturbance permit for single family, and you can also see the construction entrance there on South Gordon Road. And then this shows the surrounding properties and the different uses in the area. There are a lot of residential uses in the area with some commercial, and looking at the different street views, you can see just a lot of ranch single-family houses. The applicant is proposing to build a duplex in that first yellow area, and they are also proposing to build an accessory dwelling unit in the rear. And so that would be a total of 3 units on one property. The applicant has provided proposed elevations for the site, and you can see them here. You have 2-car garage and similar architecture. These are conceptual drawings. And then here you will see the proposed elevation for the accessory dwelling unit, and this is the unit that's located behind the duplex. Here we have the proposed floor plans. And then here I just want to call out the definition of the residential duplex and what it's intended to be, as well as the definition for an accessory dwelling unit. So RD, the duplex zoning district, is established to provide locations for the development of affordable single-family detached or attached owner-occupied residential dwelling units, including duplexes. And then an accessory dwelling unit is an additional dwelling unit located on the same parcel as a principal dwelling unit within select single-family residential zoning districts. Here we have the criteria that we use whenever we consider a rezoning application. And then here is staff's recommendation. Staff did recommend approval with conditions. Planning Commission heard the case as well and recommended approval with conditions. I'll go over those conditions and then I'm available to answer any questions. So as stated, we are recommending approval of this application with the conditions that the development have a minimum 10-foot undisturbed landscaped screening buffer adjacent to all residential properties, and that the buffer be subject to approval by city staff. The buffer shall be regularly maintained by the property owner. The development must adhere to the modern farmhouse architectural style and high-quality development standards presented in the revised application, which is the updated site plan and elevations that were shown in this presentation. And the units must be designed to have the appearance of a single-family structure with a minimum of a 2-car garage for each unit. The total density must remain within the RD district guidelines. This site is specifically limited to 1 duplex structure, so staff's recommendation is that this be limited to 2 units versus the 3 that are proposed. Number 5 is that no habitable dwelling unit, accessory dwelling unit be permitted on the subject property, and that any accessory structure on the property would be subject to staff review. The maximum impervious surface shall not exceed 40%. The applicant shall meet all requirements of Cobb Water, Sewer, Stormwater, Fire, and DOT that were outlined in the report. The applicant must comply with code requirements for erosion and sediment control. And if there's not a land disturbance permit issued within 6 months of this approval, the site shall be stabilized and planted to satisfy the minimum tree requirements. Additional right-of-way be donated within 12 months of the zoning approval for a minimum of 40 feet from center line, and that this site is limited to 1 driveway. And that the land disturbance plan for the site include a revegetation plan for the area previously cleared and graded without a permit. Just to clarify on that one, the limits of disturbance, when you see that the property was cleared, some of that was outside of the original permit, so we want to be able to compensate for that. And that concludes staff's presentation for this zoning item.
Thank you for that. Before we proceed, council, any questions for Deputy Director? Do you have any questions? All right, with no questions this time, what we're going to go ahead and do is open the public hearing. Madam Clerk, please note for the record, we're going to, at this point in time, open the public hearing. At this point in time, if there's anyone that would like to speak on behalf, if they would like to speak for the approval of this measure, please make your way to the podium now.
And Mayor, may I add, we have a noisy next door. Please be sure to state your name and talk loudly, please. We're in competition next door. Thank you.
We're competing with Michael Jackson. I don't know about that. That's tough. All right, once again, I'll ask if anyone would like to speak on behalf or for this measure, please make your way to the podium at this point in time. All right, seeing none, we're going to move into opposition. For anyone that is in opposition or is not in favor of this matter, please make your way to the podium at this point in time.
Hi, I'm Denny Wilson. I'm District 2. Can you hear me, Susan? Okay. I live right around the corner from this proposed property, and I walk by this property every day. I don't know when the last time you guys have been down South Gordon, but you cannot continue to keep putting developments there and you have no sidewalks. I mean, there are parents who walk their children to school in the street because what little sidewalks are there, they are so messed up until you can't even walk on them. I mean, by the time you get to that portion, you got to step out onto the street, and you got to try and avoid the speeding traffic that's coming down through there. From the diagram that you guys have shown, that looks like more like a single-family home than a duplex. I mean, if they're not going to be attached. I always thought that most duplexes were joined together. So if these are going to be standalone, then that's really not a duplex. I mean, it's a single-family home. So the only thing I ask you guys is, think about the children. There are 4 elementary schools between South Gordon and Factory Shows that's less than a mile apart, with no sidewalks or sidewalks that's not walkable. So we cannot keep building in these communities and we're not doing anything to upgrade this community as far as walkability. I mean, I challenge you guys, go out tomorrow morning and look at it. Table this and go out tomorrow morning and look at it. And you will see exactly what I'm talking about. I walk down through there every morning. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wilson. Do we have anyone else that would like to speak in opposition of this zoning, or this case, this hearing? Once more, if you're in opposition or not in favor of this measure, please make your way to the podium. Okay, seeing none, we're going to go ahead and close this out. Deputy Director, I do want to, there was obviously some comments made about this, about the relation to the attached versus detached. Would you like to comment on that, please?
So what we see here is the 2 duplex units. So these 2 units are attached. The goal actually is for it to look like a single-family structure when it is ultimately permitted, but this is 2 units. The separate structure here is the unit that's located behind the duplexes. This is the accessory dwelling unit. This 3rd unit essentially is what staff is recommending not to be included in the approval, but the first building is a typical duplex structure.
Thank you. With that being said, Madam Clerk, we're going to go ahead and close the public hearing on this. This is the first read, so there's no action that will be taken tonight on this measure. So Council will move forward now to item 6B. This is a public hearing resolution to transmit to the ARC, Atlanta Regional Commission, and to DCA, the Department of Community Affairs, of the completed Mableton 2045 Comprehensive Plan. To present that this evening, we have, I think, John Funny.
Mr. John Funny,
Yes,
from
Mr. John Funny.
Grice Consulting.
From Grice Consultant. You can approach, sir.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for allowing us to present the draft inaugural Mableton 2045 Comprehensive Plan. We are, let's see if we can get this right here. There we go. We're excited to be at this point to present the draft plan to the Mayor and Council and the public. This planning process started 2 years ago. And tonight, I'll just go through quickly because I attended your work session on Monday, and was able to present to you the actual draft plan. And it has been entered into record. You have received that for your files. I'll talk about the work completed, the community work program, and next steps. We thank you for your leadership in providing us with guidance as we worked on the plan. Mayor and council, each of you are listed there. We thank you for your elected leadership. We also want to thank the city manager's office and his team who helped us with the logistics as it relates to the planning venue, providing the different pop-up events for us. So we want to thank the city manager's office as well. We also want to thank the consultant team. Again, I'm John Funny with Grice Consulting Group, the principal with Grice Consulting Group, and we also partnered with TSW, Noel Consultant, Content Consultant, as well as Atlas Engineering. What does a comprehensive plan do? It really sets the long-term vision as it relates to specific elements within a city, that being transportation, housing, economic development, and infrastructure. Additionally, it also recommends the future land use for the city to have as a long-term land use plan from a visionary perspective. And then the comp plan also provides a community work program. This is the work program that we're going to talk about, but it provides that 5-year window of what the city would like to accomplish within that period of time. The work plan that we created, and if you've seen the plan, it actually provides more projects than the 5-year projects because we were there developing for each work area. But we always say to the city, only bite off enough for the 5 years, because when you update this plan in 5 years, ARC and DCA would want to know what did you accomplish. So we always recommend to our city clients, only bite off what you can chew in 5 years. This plan provides the city an opportunity to be a qualified local government, and it makes the city eligible to receive state and federal funds, which you want to be in that position because DCA, which is the Department of Community Affairs, manages all cities within the state of Georgia to make sure that if they're qualified, they're eligible to go after additional funding. This is a quick snapshot of the process. We assessed the existing condition. We came up and had community engagement, robust community engagement. We also worked to develop the vision and goals in collaboration with the elected leaders, with the stakeholders, with the steering committee, and at our public meetings where we invited everyone to come and be a part of the process. From that, we recommend policies, projects, and programs. Those policy projects and programs specifically speaks to the goals that we've heard throughout the process. And then finally, we're in the phase of implementation where we are actually here presenting the draft plan where it needs to go to DCA and ARC, so this is a part of the implementation process. We started this again in August of 2024, and we're now in May, and we look to be getting the plan adopted within the next couple of months. Where can you find the draft plan? If you haven't reviewed it yet, it's on the Mableton2045.org website, and it's under community engagement, and it can be found under meeting contents. This is just a snapshot of the website showing you where it is, and it shows you a listing of all the meeting items that have been held throughout this process for the steering committee, public meetings, as well as the draft comprehensive plan. Work completed to date, I talked about all we've done with engaging the community. A couple of those are pop-up at community events. We held interviews with each of the electeds and the stakeholders. We had a steering committee that was formulated. Our steering committee have some members in the audience that I see here. Thank you for attending. And this is just a snapshot of how engaged the community was. This was the first public involvement meeting. The communities were engaged with doing exercises to help us craft the vision. This is when the meeting was over. People wouldn't go home. We had to turn the lights out, but it was good. People were engaged. We actually went out into the field with people who wanted to go out and take a look at areas, and then we came back into the office area and started crafting what that could look like from the perspective of what people want to see in the city of Mableton. Steering committee hard at work. Again, we develop vision and goals that speaks to the needs of the communities, that speaks to what people were telling us as a part of the process. Each goal that we develop have a set of elements that goes along with it. It could be a project, it could be a policy, it could be a program, but we address each of the goals that we develop during this process. Recommending policy, project, and programs, and now we're beginning to finalize the process of implementing the plan. DCA have requirements, and we have to meet those requirements to submit it to them for review. These are the elements that they required us to review. Land use, economic development, housing, transportation, environment and sustainability, cultural resources, and historic preservation. The document is structured in such a way where we look at the existing conditions. We did a chapter on community feedback and priorities. We also have a chapter on needs and opportunities. There's a chapter on the goals. There's a chapter on the recommended policies and programs or projects. And then there's a chapter on the future land use guidance. I'm going to go through this pretty quickly because this has been public now for a couple of months. And the mayor and council actually got a presentation, a long presentation on Monday evening. So I'm going to hit on the areas. Land use was focused on how land could be improved and developed over time. Economic development was the focus on economic drivers such as employment, jobs, and tourism. Within housing, the community told us they want to look at different housing types, supply, demand, and development. Transportation, the community wanted us to focus on goals that really touched on vehicular transportation, vehicular traffic, trails, sidewalks, bike facilities, and transit. Under environmental and sustainability, we heard you loudly and clear. They wanted to look at the natural resources that exist within the city. They wanted to make use of the open space that's there today, and they wanted us to protect the green space that's here and be good stewards over the green space and the natural resource that exists here in Mableton. Cultural resources, we heard it loud and clear. People wanted to make sure that Mableton has an identity. It's a new city, and the residents wanted to make certain that there's a way that people will be able to identify and connect to Mableton. So we really developed some goals that speaks to the cultural opportunities as well as the visual aesthetics. Historic preservation, there are several areas in the city that the residents say, don't touch it, it's historic, leave it the way it is, we like it. So we acknowledge that, and we wrote a chapter on the historic areas, the covered bridge, the Mabel House, for example. Those are two areas that the people were very, very protective of, and rightfully so. Land use. Land use looks at this at a 40,000 feet in the air, not at a parcel level. And we set the tone of what the community would like to see in the communities over the next 20, 30 years. So we came up with a land use approach where we're looking at character area, not parcel by parcel, but looking at a small area to figure out what is the look, touch, and feel for this area. And we want to be consistent with what happens in that area over the next 10, 15 years, because that's the character of that area. So we have identified 12 character areas within the City of Mableton Comprehensive Plan, and I'm going to run through those very quickly. There's a workplace district, Colonial Pipeline and Oak Ridge, the suburban neighborhood transition area, the suburban neighborhood core. That's all of the yellow area that you see, the bright yellow area. So those are areas that have nice developed subdivisions that residents want those to remain, so those are the areas that we're calling the suburban neighborhood core. We've identified the entertainment district, Riverline district, Cover Bridge, Historic Gateway, mixed-use villages, Riverside Parkway, Medical Center, Historic Downtown, and the new City Center. Those are the 12 character areas that we've identified as a part of the comp plan process. The land use table will include the different types of land uses that will show up in zoning for the city. It goes all the way from large lot residential, small lot, cottage homes, townhomes, multifamily, senior living, mixed use, neighborhood commercial, heavy commercial, suburban shopping centers, destination commercial, hotels, and the list goes on and on. So we've created a listing of the potential land use that would be applied within the City of Mableton. These are just further explanation of the different character areas. Let me just explain one. We did one for every character area, but I'll just explain one because we went through this on Monday night. Suburban neighborhood core. So as we look at the character area, we came up with a red light system, red, yellow, green. There are certain things that would work well within this character area. There are things that would work well with consideration, and there are things that just won't work. So an example is if you're in a suburban neighborhood, there are things that would work in your neighborhood. And here's the red light bar, red light system that we developed. Green means it's okay. You want to have large lot, residential, small lot, cottage homes, civic space that would support like a little park and open space, and you're going to have utilities and transportation. All of those things are appropriate in the suburban neighborhood. What is appropriate with consideration, so when the director and the deputy director of planning receive an application, they may need a little work to it because they would say, yeah, 2 to 4 unit are an opportunity, but do it with consideration within a master plan development. They have an opportunity to weigh in on what's appropriate with it if they have consideration to the elements as a part of that plan. What's not appropriate is things such as multifamily, senior mixed use, suburban shopping center, things like that are not appropriate. So we identify this chart for each of the character areas so it helps the planning department and the leadership to understand what's appropriate and what's not appropriate in the character areas. And we did that again for each of the areas that we studied. Community work program, we talked about that earlier. This is a program that we developed for the city, a spreadsheet, a big spreadsheet, and we list all the projects, policies per chapter. Every chapter have a list of projects, policies, or programs in them. At a glance, we have a total of 89 projects, our initiative. 14 for land use, 11 for economic development, 8 for housing, 32 for transportation, 14 for environment and sustainability, 5 for cultural resources, and 5 for historic preservation. The next step, we're here right now presenting on May 13th, asking the mayor and council to provide this document to DCA and ARC so that they get an opportunity to review the initial plan, give us comments. We will address any comments that they provide, and then that will come back to mayor and council for adoption after their review, DCA and ARC, and after we make any revisions, we'll bring the document back to the city and say, here's your final plan, and they will have a plan to adopt. So the action that we're asking tonight for the city is to approve transmission of the comp plan to the DCA and ARC for review. I would share also, we were so pleased that we received 3 comments online on the project website, and I will address those for the record so that we make sure, and I'll hand it to our clerk so that she'll have it as well. But I want to make sure that the public is well aware that we are attentive to their comments. The first one is from Mr. Michael Murphy. He had a concern about public safety. Well, I'll read it. Unable to see the draft document, I was concerned about the lack of coverage or even mention of public safety and its relevance to growth, success, and positive updraft of the city. Public safety is addressed. It's referenced 5 times in the document. Because public safety is provided by Cobb County, this is where we're recommending that there's great collaboration between intergovernmental collaboration between Cobb County as they're providing public safety. But page 11 also speaks to the fact of, as the city grows, public safety needs to be scalable to the growth that's experienced in the city. So that's something that we want to make sure that's acknowledged. Mr. Murphy also referenced that solid waste wasn't included in the plan. So we do not address where to put solid waste treatment plants, so that's not a part of the comp plan process. But we did address in the environmental and sustainability chapter, page 169 and 170, that the city can work to attract partners for recycling and solid waste. And as I peeped the agenda tonight, there's about a dozen solid waste partners that you're already moving forward with, so I commend you on that because that was one of the recommendations within our plan. And then we receive a comment from Graham Jagger. He referenced that the comp plan doesn't address the parcel. Again, this is not a parcel by parcel analysis. This is that 40,000 feet in the air where we look at character area, not the parcel. So that's the response to that. And he also said that we didn't address environmental and sustainability element, which the entire chapter 6 is written up on environmental and sustainability. And environmental and sustainability is referenced 31 times in the document. He also had an inquiry about why doesn't the comp plan provides an environment impact assessment. That's not a part of developing a comp plan. That's something that's later when a project is defined. A project developer may have to do an environmental impact assessment, but that's not a part of a comp plan. And then the final comment we received on the website came from, I may be messing up this name, Leonie Johnson, wanting to know why we didn't clearly define the vision for Mableton Parkway corridor. So the comp plan, again, is at 40,000 feet in the air, but we do call out in the work program that all of the major corridors, and we list them all, within the city of Mableton needs to have a specific corridor plan. That's another planning exercise. It's not a part of the comp plan, but we do call that out as one of the projects within our community work program. So those are the 3 comments we received, and I wanted to address those on the record so they can make it to the record and show that the community was paying attention and following us and tracking us. So I appreciate the community involvement. Mayor and Council, I present this now and ask that you approve this document for transmission to ARC and DCA so that they can provide their review.
Thank you for that presentation, Mr. Funny. We definitely do appreciate it. And thank you for the hard work for both Grice and TSW. And a special thanks to the committee, right, to the steering committee for the time that they spent working on this as well. Council, at this point in time, is any direct questions for Mr. Funny related to the comp plan? No questions, then as part of the process before we give approval to transmit, we have to have a public hearing. Okay. So, Madam Clerk, we're going to go ahead and I'm going to open the public hearing for this. All right. At this point in time, ladies and gentlemen, I am opening a public hearing. If you would like to speak in support of this measure, please make your way to the podium.
Test, test. Okay.
Gotcha.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. In the interest of transparency, my name is Dante Philpott. I'm sorry? Name? I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
We heard it. You're fine. You're fine.
Okay, my name is Dante
We were asking
Philpott.
for your name.
I am a steering committee member and also a planning commissioner. And I would ask that the mayor and council please do move forward with this. I think there's been a lot of time, there's been a lot of effort, there's been a lot of outreach, there's been a lot of engagement that went into putting this together. With the understanding that this is not, as Mr. Funny said, this is not a parcel by parcel analysis. This is giving the 40,000-foot view with the understanding that as we move forward, we are going to, as a community, we're going to be able to dive a little bit deeper and get down to that 5,000-foot level. I think this pushes us forward and it keeps us on the path to continue to develop the newfound city of Mableton and helps us to make the city what we want to see it to be. Because as you heard Mr. Funny say, this was not done in a silo. He didn't make this up. He didn't write the analysis. We all had the opportunity to participate. So we had participators and then we had spectators. So the participators, participated. Some people did not participate for whatever reason under the sun, but there's been a lot of input and a lot of feedback. And I hope that as a body that you do move forward and pushing this forward so that way we can continue to move forward as a city. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Philpott. Would anybody else like to speak in support of this measure?
Denny Wilson, District 2. I don't know if I am in opposition or in support, because when I look at it on my phone now, it's different than what was presented to us. So did you condense it? Because the other one, when you presented it to us here in the epicenter, it was over 200 pages. And this one is only 111 pages. And I remember seeing in there the price of the homes and what the per median household income would have to be. And it was like $165,000 a year. Do you still have that one? I mean, I'm just asking the question, if he still has that one, because the other one was over 200 and something pages. This one is only 111, because there was two parts. There was a part 1 and a part 2 that was on your website. And in order for me to see that per median household income, I had to go to the part 2. So what I'm saying is, if the per median household income in Mableton in order to buy a home is going to be $165,000 a year, you've erased over half of the people here in Mableton, because there's not many people here that makes that kind of money. I mean, I know there's some, and I'm not going to say that there's not any, but your average household is not $165,000 a year. So as I look at this comprehensive plan that's on the website now, I don't see that anywhere in there. So those are my questions, the median income, and has it been condensed? Because this is not what was presented to us when you did it last month. Yeah, this is not what was presented. That's on the website now.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Cheryl Davis, District 5, and I just want to echo my esteemed colleague, Mr. Philpott, Chairman Philpott from the Planning Commission. I sat on the Planning Commission with Mr. Philpott. I also sat on the steering committee, and I've attended many of these meetings. They were a very well planned, thought out, activity engaging. You made every effort to try to stimulate conversation. And the opportunity, Mr. Philpott is correct, the opportunities are there to participate. We went out on field trips to visit different areas of the community. We played, well, I won't say we played, but there were activities with the maps, and we put things where we wanted the community to look like. It is a challenge working with a pre-existing city. Mableton was starting to develop for over 100 years without a clear set idea or plan on what we wanted the community to look like. To try to shape it now over pre-existing homes and businesses is a challenge. But I think we have a very good start with this plan, and I am in support of it. And as he said, in 5 years, we will have the opportunity to make some additional changes and tweaks as we see fit. So I recommend that we all move forward with this plan and move forward with our city and do out what we said to do 3 years ago and create a community for walkable, family-oriented, and vibrant. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Davis. So is there anyone else who would like to speak in support of this measure?
Good evening, everyone. My name is Terry Day, and I just want to get a response from the young lady who was up here, and she asked, is the original on the website, or have you removed the original 200 pages? I just want a response from it. That's it.
There will be time for a response. At this point in time, we still have 5.5 minutes left for anyone who would like to speak in support of the comp plan.
Hello, everyone. I'm LaShawn Philpott, and I just wanted to voice the fact that I'm in support of us moving forward with the 2045 plan. As Ms. Davis said, you know, I believe we'll have some room to tweak if we need to, if there's anything that we feel like there needs to be adjustments to. But I mean, hey, this is what we're here for. You know, we got this new city established in 2022. We've all been talking about how we want to see change. We want to see things moving here in the area. So this is our opportunity to make those things happen. So I'm in support. Thank you.
Thank you. We still have a balance of time for those who would like to speak in support of the Mableton 2045 Comprehensive Plan. We don't have anyone. I would at this point in time like to ask if there's anyone in opposition or not for the approval of the Mableton 2045 Comp Plan. Please come to the podium at this time. I'll ask once more if there's anyone that would like to speak in opposition of this measure. Please make your way to the podium. Seeing none, at this point in time, Mr. Funny, I would like to ask if you could come back to the podium. Would you like, I would like to give you an opportunity to be able to address whatever was brought up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Denny Meyer. I appreciate you raising that question. Thank you for serving on the steering committee as well. So what we did, if you go to the website at mableton2045.org, we broke the document into 2 PDF because it was 270-some pages long, bedtime reading. So you have part 1, that's 1 through 111, and then part 2 is the remaining pages. We also added the boards that you see for the character areas. We added more than the document, actually. We added the character area boards as well from our last public meeting so people can see the character area, as well as the green, yellow, red light chart. So we want you to be able to connect with that, because this is what you will use as the community to help support the city with the information that's provided to you based upon what was developed during the process. I think those were the 2 questions. Oh, no, affordable housing. Oh, that was big. A part of our planning process, Noel Consultant on our team is the economist, market analyst, and we had them to do a study of the housing type. And he immediately identified that there was a need for mixed housing, so that if someone finishes Georgia Tech and they want to move to Mableton, you needed a different bracket of housing, not a bracket, a different level of housing, not the 4,000 square foot, but they would live in an 2,400 square foot home starting out. So from his market study, he did recommend that, so that's in the plan, that we not only look at entry-level market, but affordable market. ARC has the AMI, which is the average median income of $86,400. That's based on $110,000 annual salary. 80% of that is $86,000. We're recommending that the city create additional affordable housing that could be in the 50 to 60% affordable housing range, because everybody doesn't make $86,000. So we recommended as a part of this plan is looking at other percentages below the 80% to be able to have a diversity of housing and affordable housing for individuals that's in the service market. Some of the nurses don't make that. If you're working at Wendy's, for example, they don't make that. So we did recommend a diversity of housing so that you have a mixed housing type where people have mixed income. I think those were the 2 questions.
Thank you. Anything else you'd like to add?
That's it. I just ask that you approve this and vote it up so we can get it over to ARC and DCA for review. Thank you for your leadership.
Thank you. I do appreciate you, sir. At this point in time, Council, we're going to go ahead and close the public hearing. Please make note, Madam Attorney. And at this point in time, I'd like to entertain a motion for consideration of approval for the City of Mableton to transmit to ARC and to DCA this resolution for the Mableton 2045 Comp Plan.
Who is a mouthpiece? All right, so I'll make a motion to to transmit to ARC and DCA the 2045 comp plan.
I second.
Thank you. Motion's been made and properly seconded by Councilwoman Brown. Any further discussions, council? Hearing none, I'll go ahead and call the question. All those in favor of motion made by Councilman Ferguson, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. Ayes have it. Thank you. Please note, Madam Clerk, this has passed, and we'll move this on to DCA and ARC. Thank you, Mr. Funny. All right, council, we're now going to move on to item 7A, which is a presentation and proclamation section. We do have a Meet Mableton presentation by our Economic Development Director, Artie Jones, and the CEO of Cobb Travel and Tourism.
Good evening, Mayor and Council,
Good evening,
and members
sir.
of the community. On Monday, May 11th, Cobb Tourism and Travel made a presentation, and the Economic Development Office made a presentation on Meet Mableton, and we talked about the purpose of a destination management organization. We talked about the individuals identified to serve on the Meet Mableton board, and also the requirements to move forward with establishing Meet Mableton as a 501c6 organization. On this evening, Ms. Quinlan, who is the Executive Director over Cobb Tourism and Travel, will be making an abbreviated presentation on Meet Mableton, and afterwards the Economic Development Office will be requesting that the Mayor and Council authorize Meet Mableton as the designated destination management organization for the City of Mableton. I'll now turn the time over to Ms. Quinlan.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm very pleased to be here with you to talk about Meet Mableton. And I was really, I can click it. There we go. Thank you. I was really excited about tourism being included in your Mableton 2045 comprehensive plan, and am excited to talk to you tonight about how we can help with that focus and information about Meet Mableton and how we can move that forward. So the goal is to form Meet Mableton, the independent 501c6, to support the City of Mableton's tourism efforts. So Meet Mableton would be the destination marketing organization for the city. And the responsibilities of this DMO would be to market the city as a destination, increasing tourism and economic impact by branding, marketing, and promotion, and then to improve and promote the visitor experience within the city. So a little bit about the hotel motel tax collections, just for everybody's understanding. 8% is collected, which equals 8 cents on the dollar. And so 3 cents of that goes to the general fund, which is unrestricted. And 3.5 cents goes to the tourism, conventions and trade shows area, which is restricted and has to be administered by a 501c6. And then the third section is the tourism product development, and that is 1.5 cents, which is also a restricted area. What that looks like, taking the 8 cents and putting it into the 100% representation. So 3 cents equals 37.5. 3.5 cents equals the 43.75, and 1.5 equals the 18.75, and here is the pie chart of how that breaks down for the whole. So action items to create Meet Mableton. First is to designate Meet Mableton as the city's DMO, and then the second step would be to enter an intergovernmental agreement to activate Meet Mableton as that DMO. So for the board, we have spent a lot of time pulling this group together and really thinking through what would be important for an organization that would be supporting tourism throughout the city. And those first two bullets are really critical for us, that the individuals must live or work in the city of Mableton, and they must be employed or somehow related to the hospitality industry. And there will be 11 voting board members with 4 non-voting ex officio board members. And of course, the city council would confirm the appointment of those board members, and they would serve staggered terms. So this is a list of some of the industries represented by the recommendations for the board. And this board is incredibly diverse. It helps, and it will help to market the city to all types of visitors. Being inclusive and welcoming to all and having diversity on the board brings a different perspective that we believe will make the city more attractive as a destination. And all of these are industries included within hospitality. The one you might look at and question would be the financial institution, but we have found that it is a best practice to have somebody with a finance perspective on the board to really help make the decision-making productive and a better outcome for all. And again, this is a really robust board. Between all of these different areas, for example, Six Flags is one of the members. They are an attraction, but they're also an event venue. When you look at the Pickleball Kingdom, they are a sports venue, but also a small business and an attraction. And so there are lots of kind of cross-representation throughout the board. For the composition, there are, for the voting board members, 7 work in the city, 1 lives, and there are 3 that do both. And then for non-voting board members, there are 3 that work in the city limits, and then 1 that represents a county-wide perspective. The initial objectives for the Meet Mableton board will be to conduct a study to determine the authentic voice for the city of Mableton's tourism brand, to contact the hotels to start the corporate process to update the hotel's location to Mableton, and then to promote Mableton as a destination for leisure, group, and sports travel. And then successfully standing up your Meet Mableton organization. First step is, of course, to apply for the IRS 501c6 status, and then we do have a signed MOU between Travel and Tourism and the city that we are in currently to help start this process, but also it has a springboard as we continue forward and the 501c6 status is achieved. Then for the long-term actions, as I said, it will be the 501c6 will be established, the IGA will be entered to between the city and Meet Mableton, and then we would be happy to continue to contract with an administrative services agreement and making sure that the board and all of his activities are included. And what that looks like in the flow chart is that, and then you can see the arrow with the springboard moving forward. Are there any questions from the board? All right, well, we're really excited about the opportunity and the partnership and being able to continue to work with the city. Y'all have got some incredible tourism assets, and there's so much more to come, and how we'll be able to support those efforts throughout, not just the city, but the connection in with the entire county is really exciting. So, thank you.
Thank you, Holly. I do appreciate it. And I just wanted to say that we value COP Travel and Tourism. We thank you all for your help in helping us to get Meet Mableton established. It is something that we've been wanting to have since the inception of the city. We know the great assets we have in the city. We want to make sure that we have an entity that is overly supportive of Mableton, and we know COP Tourism is that, but at the same time we want to have our own organization, our own destination management organization that I want to say we'll partner with COP Tourism, but also that is one of our own, right, that's in the city. So thank you for your support. Thank you for your support of everyone at your organization to help make this happen.
Our pleasure. Thank you.
Mayor Owens?
Yes, sir.
I'd like to request that the City Council consider designating Meet Mableton as the destination management organization for the City of Mableton.
One second on that. I want to make a parliamentary inquiry here. Okay. Madam Attorney.
So my request would be that we do the designation through the intergovernmental agreement so that we can put the parameters in place.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
So as part of the IGA that's discussed as part of that process, that's where we'll actually do, that's where we will activate and designate Meet Mableton as our official DMO for the city. So do it through the IGA, that way there's an actual document that.
Yeah, that way there's all expectations are clear as to the way that the city expects and anticipates that they'll operate as a condition of receiving the funding.
Thank you. Okay. Fair enough. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, Holly.
Thank you, Holly.
All right, Council, that's going to move us to item B, which is the FY 2026 third quarter financial review. That will be given by our Finance Director, Karen Ellis.
Good evening, Mayor and Council, Mabletonians. We are going to review our third quarter. We're nearing the end of the year. We're in our January to March quarter 3 of our financials for the city. Our fiscal year is from July 1 to June 30, so we're nearing the end of another successful fiscal year. We're going to go over our quarter 3 financials. So again, we are at 75% of the fiscal year. We are at 108% of budgeted revenue so far for this year. We are under budget for expenditures at 8.6, 42.53%. Some of the highlights to note where we do have overages or underages, you have franchise tax. We are collecting more than estimated, specifically related to our Georgia Power electricity. Business tax, we are on target to meet or beat our budget for that revenue. Insurance premium tax, we did a budget amendment, if you recall, mid-year to bring that up from a lower number, so we are right on target with that. We're trending above on licenses and permits, as well as way above for interest income. We are right now meeting our risk management. It shows we're a little bit below, but we are going to be below budget on that risk management as we near the end of the year. This is just a quick pick of the cash flow and investments for the city of Mableton. We split it up for city and URA. Those are the two portfolios that we manage there. So we have $20.9 million in cash and equivalents for the city and a little over $3 million for the URA related to the bonds that we issued in 24 and 25. Now we'll go into our general fund. Here's the revenues that we've got. I kind of summarize it on the front page, but you go through, you'll see some of our revenues. We're a little bit under, but they do trend about a quarter behind, so you won't really see a full picture of those until we see the audit for the end of the fiscal year as it relates to property tax and franchise. But all the other taxes, or all the other revenues we bring in, we are right on target, again, bringing us to a little over 100% so far in quarter 3. Expenditures, we're doing amazing. We are under budget right now. We do have a lot of things we're trying to push through at the end of this last quarter, so this will be a little better picture once we get to the end and present audit to you in the fall. But right now we're at 42.53%. Nothing, it seems abnormal. Everyone's trending well with spending their allocations for the year. We'll go into our additional funds. We have the tree fund. That one, City Council approved $160,000 earmark from general fund to fund tree fund, tree and beautification fund. So far, we have committed 3/4 of the revenue from the general fund. We still are working on approved projects through sustainability, green space, and beautification. So we hope to spend some of those funds before the end of the year. What does not get spent, we will just carry over to next fiscal year. We have a grant fund here. This was a grant, the mayor's initiative grant. We received the revenues, those, again, working on spending those funds in accordance with those grant guidelines. We have our Six Flags Special Service District. We put put forth a budget of 1.2 million. Assessment values were a little higher than we estimated, so right now to date, we are at almost 1.4 of collection. We have contracted services that have to relate to right away, and then the contingency that we will work with council on how we will spend those additional funds in the future. We have a public safety special service district fund that was established for our initial payment due to Cobb County. That one's coming up here very soon. We transferred in $3 million from the general fund to fund that payment, which will be done before June 1. We have our hotel motel tax fund. We are trending above budget in this one as well. We're at $375,000 for the budget. Year to date so far, we've surpassed that by a little over 2%. We have a new fund here called Rental Motor Vehicle Excise Tax. These are excise taxes collected by all of our rental businesses within the city. It has to be recorded per GASB and auditing standards in a separate fund. So far we've collected about $35,000. That's new this year. You will see this fund separated. The purposes for these funds can be used in the general fund. It relates to transportation and safety, so you will see that transfer out to general fund by the end of the year, and you'll see it in a budget for next year as well. Our capital projects fund, mayor and council approved $1.4 million to go into this fund for the full fiscal year. We have transferred in 75%, and we have completed our fleet, the funding that we put forth for fleet at $500,000. We were close to spending most of the money for IT, software, and equipment. We still have our contingency fund of $750,000, which could be used for land acquisition or any purchase or any other land purchases or project-related city-owned property. And then finally, we have our Urban Redevelopment Agency Fund. This is the fund that issued the Series 24 and 25 bonds. We are trending to spend most of that this year on land purchases and other properties that the city has interest in throughout the city, as well as making sure our bond payments are paid coming June. If you have any questions regarding the financials, I'll be glad to flip back and forth and answer them for you.
Any questions, council? No? Thank you for that, Director Ellis. We can now move to item C, which is proposed FY27 budget.
Okay, so now we're moving into our proposed budget for fiscal year 27. Some of this is going to be a repeat of what we went through on Monday at the workshop, so I'll try not to belabor it, but this is just our budget calendar, so everyone can see what we have left ahead of us before we adopt the budget on June 10th. Today, we are providing City Council your proposed budget. You have the full document that we will review tonight, and we will go over and provide feedback so that on our first public hearing, May 27th, we have a document that meets the council priorities for fiscal year 27. And then final adoption, second read, will be on June 10th. Budget principles is we want to make sure that we are conservative in calculating our revenues and expenses. That way we neutralize our pressures without inflating them and revenues that we may not collect in the future. And we also don't want to rely on one-time revenue sources. We want to make sure that the things we use to support our expenses are sustainable through our regular revenue sources. These are our council priorities. The 27 operating assumptions as it relates to the general fund, these are some of the highlights. 2.5% COLA and implement the class and pay plan, which relates to the additional staff that's being requested. We're funding a new public works department to oversee the Cobb Department of Transportation contract that's coming up. We're going to have continued right-of-way maintenance and beautification funding in many places within the budget. Increasing lease payment and utilities for city locations. We did add a third suite over in Hawthorne to expand and provide room for our staff. Leasehold improvements, that was higher last year due to our build out of the court, what's been reduced down. We have our ongoing new initiatives, which is our housing initiatives. We're looking at the police feasibility study that we're getting ready to start, as well as a big urban redevelopment joint effort between community development and economic development. We need continued debt service that we transfer out to the Urban Redevelopment Agency to support the 2 bonds that were issued. We're going to create a grants fund. This will be a capital grants fund to support any future matching. We do have our community development block grant coming. We have our Street Safes for Everyone grant. We have a bunch that do require state or federal matches. We want to make sure that we have ample funding in the general fund to be able to accept those awards if we are awarded those grants. And then we want to continue our pay-as-we-go funding with the capital fund budget. That was increased from 1.4 to 3 million for some software and land acquisition increases. That total transferring out from the general fund, or being utilized in the general fund, is 7.7 million. Any questions on this slide? Now, our capital assumptions, this is basically what we're going to be using, that 3 million that transfers out from the general fund. Future land acquisition, again, this is just to have in our pocket in case we do have something that is a good opportunity for the city as it relates to, the Parks and Rec or city buildings. We want to have some of that funding existing. We have, currently, we have some existing properties that we need some improvements to, so we put some funding in there just in case. We also have ongoing IT capital purchase. We left that at $150,000. We've added software implementation for finance as well as community development, building, and code enforcement. We both have some RFPs out currently for software. We want to make sure that those one-time implementation costs are covered through the capital fund. And then finally, we're going to continue with our fleet. This includes 7 vehicles, a fleet purchase replacement fund of $600,000. Now we'll go into the more detail of the general fund. I kind of laid out here your 26 projected, where we think we're going to end up by the end of the year, where we have the 26 budget, so that we see we're coming in above our recommended budget for the year, and then where we landed to propose our 27 budget. Our biggest increase you will see is our insurance premium tax. Knowing that is our first year with the insurance premium tax, we did not want to put the same exact number in there or close to it, not knowing if it was a good guesstimate. So we wanted to be very conservative with that. We can come back to you mid-year once that comes in October, if it does come in close to what we received this year, and realign and then provide for additional funding maybe elsewhere for things we might have passed up on the first go-around. Everything else we budgeted pretty much in line with what we're collecting for 26, because again, this is probably like our first really full year of revenues that we can realize as a true gauge for future. So what this provides is a basic $870,000 increase from the budget, although it comes in below what we're projecting to come in to be conservative. Now our expenditures, same thing here. We have a couple increases and decreases. We did go over all of these in detail on Monday, so if there's anything else that you have that you want to discuss, I can answer your questions, but I won't go into too much detail of each of these. We did have a pretty in-depth presentation, a late night presentation on Monday. So what we're using, again, I apologize for the font here that when we come to Epicenter, we have these little weird numbers, but how we're proposing to use our fund balance. So as you can see, our revenues are under our expenditures. And what we're doing is using the surplus or undesignated fund balance from prior years for one-time expenditures. We don't want to use fund balance as an ongoing revenue source, but we do have a lot of capital and a lot of one-time things in the general fund that won't be renewed next year that could be used as a conservative use of fund balance. So our audited fund balance, we finished our audit in 25. We had 7.5, I think that G is supposed to be a 5, it's 8, 7.8 million in fund balance. What we're projecting for 26 in revenues and expenditures will leave us with a fund balance of a little over 12 million. We want to keep an aggressive fund balance, so for rainy day fund, of over 33%. And so keeping that into perspective, we're going to take 7.6 right off of the 12 to say we want that as our rainy day fund for the city in case of an emergency. That leaves us with a little over 4 million to use for one-time purposes. So when you take our revenues minus our expenditures, we are using the 4.4 for those one-time. A big piece of that is your 3 million that's going to capital. So that's the 1.4 are miscellaneous items throughout the general fund that make up the complete 4.4. This is a summary of our class and pay position. So in your fiscal year 26 budget you approved last year about this time, we had 76 positions. We are proposing 97 for the fiscal year 27 budget, pending any changes. And you can go through department by department to see how we've changed each department. Now we'll go through our smaller funds. We just went through these with the financials. Beginning fund balance, as I mentioned, we've got 160 in there that came from the general fund for beautification. We haven't spent any of it yet, but it will roll over so you can utilize that next year. We aren't projecting to add any additional beautification money this year, knowing we have that 160 still sitting there to be used. That could be, again, amended at any time. If we have any overages where you want to add to that fund, we can do that at any time. Our operating grants fund, again, we don't have anything that's an operating grant, that's not a capital grant on the horizon, so we're just showing that we're going to have that 24,000 that we've collected from our sponsor, and then 24 that we will spend. If it doesn't completely get spent this year, we will push that spend till next year. Any new grants that would be operational in nature, we will come to you to provide background and approval, and if there is a match, we'll amend this budget at that time. Next, we have our Six Flags Special District. We're going to keep it level as before, keeping that 1.25, not knowing we haven't gotten our final digest from Cobb County. So to be conservative, we're going to keep that number in there. And then we hope to come back to you with what we're going to spend some of those funds on. Next is our Public Safety District. This is basically just an earmark. This is just a number to put in there because we will need to have our public safety fund set up. And we expect to spend that during the year once that millage is adopted. Our hotel motel fund, we're trending at over $500,000 each year for the past 2 years, and those were full years. So to be conservative, we're keeping it at an even $500,000 again. All those funds are transferred out back to the general fund or to travel and tourism for the city. This is our new fund, as I mentioned previously, $35,000 so far collected to date. We're going to estimate a conservative $30,000. That'll be transferred back to the general fund for transportation use. Capital Projects Fund, 1.4 million. We spent 600 to date. That 800 rolls over. That provides us future capital for what we need for future land acquisition, as well as our softwares and fleet enhancement. The grants fund, the capital grants fund, this is where those grants I mentioned earlier, CDBG, LCI, SS4, all those are there. Revenues are a combination of the grant money as well as the city match and the expenditures or the agreements to perform those grant expenditures in that fund. And then our Urban Redevelopment Agency Fund. Other than the transfer in from the general fund of $973 to pay for the debt service, we're hoping to spend most of what's left of our balance in the URA on future land acquisition, which will just provide us with a a fund that where we will have just transfers in from general fund to pay the debt, and then the debt will be the expenditure for that fund. So in summary, by fund, all of the city's funds we have to date, we have 22 million in the general fund, 160 in beautification, Six Flags at 1.2, public safety at an estimated 21, totaling a little over $45 million for all the funds within the city. If you have any questions, I will be glad to answer them.
First of all, thank you for working so diligently to put this together, and thanks to our city manager as well. As a note, he's not here tonight. He's actually at UGA in a program that he's attending. We have Director Hughes here sitting in his place on the dais, but thank you again for putting it together. I do appreciate all the numbers. I know how much work goes into this. We've actually tried to accelerate this a little bit this year. This is our second year working on
Our second real budget.
Full budget. We've always worked on our spending plan.
Yes, we had spending plans before.
And we did that in a way to help us transition this so it would not be such a change or a shock. So I'm just happy to see the evolution and still the continued growth of our city, of our budget, but also I think in a responsible way. And you guys are showing that, I think. So thank you. Council, any questions or comments for Director Ellis?
I did have one question I meant to ask the other night. When we look at, and this is a small change, but when we look at something like the tree fund, do we get a reading of how much was actually, we allocated funds to it, but how much was actually used?
Nothing to date. I know that Emily has some things in the pipeline, that she's got some trees. We have spent nothing to date of that. But she's got things in the works. I think there's going to be a number in there before the end of this fiscal year. I don't know what that number is, and unfortunately she is with City Manager Tank, so she isn't here to provide some more of that detail, but I can report back to her and have her answer that so you get that.
Okay.
I think, Councilman Ferguson, if you recall, some of these things, we put money in buckets knowing that at some point in time in the future we were going to be able to utilize them, but it's important for us to start designating them. Now I think when Director Ellis came in and started actually line iteming all the categories, I think we're in better shape because we have pockets of money that are yet to be spent, but they're categorized. So.
Sure. I just remember there was a number that was thrown out that said we got 16 of the 30 that we allocated, and where that, and I was trying to figure out where that sits in here.
Yeah. Anyone else have any questions, comments? All right, thank you, ma'am. Do appreciate it.
Thank you.
We'll keep going through this budget process until we have a vote and approval. So thank you. All right, Council, we're going to move forward to items D and E. Items D is a proclamation. It's in recognition of Municipal Clerks Week. You all know that clerks are obviously important, as we found out over the last 3 years, just how important clerks have been. And literally, our first hire to the city was to Susan Hyatt, our city clerk. So I'm going to read this in part. And not only have a clerk, I also want to acknowledge our deputy clerk. Is Allison in here? Stand up, Allison, please be recognized as well. Hey. Yes. And Ms. Fox, would you please stand as well as part of the clerk's team? All right, in part, whereas the Office of the Municipal Clerk, a time-honored and vital part of local government, exists throughout the world, and whereas the Office of Municipal Clerk is the oldest among public servants and provides the professional link between citizens and local government bodies and agents of government at other levels. And whereas municipal clerks have pledged to be ever mindful in their neutrality and impartiality, rendering equal service to all. Municipal clerks continue to strive to improve administration and affairs of the Office of the Municipal Clerk through participation in educational programs, seminars, workshops, and annual meetings of their state, province, country, and international professional organizations, where it is most appropriate that we recognize the accomplishments of our office of municipal clerk. This week, May 3rd through May 9th, 2026, has been declared Professional Municipal Clerks Week. In the City of Mableton, we wish to recognize that Susan Hyatt, City Clerk, Allison Benson, Deputy City Clerk, and Margaret Fox, Administrative Assistant, for their exemplary service, professionalism, dedication, and effective administration of government, ensuring transparency, accuracy, and accessibility. Therefore, may it be proclaimed that Mayor Michael Owens and City of Mableton do hereby recognize May 3rd through May 9th of 2026 Professional Municipal Clerks Week in the City of Mableton, and extend sincere appreciation to the Office of Municipal Clerk for their outstanding service to the community. Let's go photo time.
Can we have the team?
Yes, please. And council, we're going to make this a big photo.
From the knees up.
Okay.
Watch your steps, sir.
Hugs all around too. Thank you so much.
All right, our second proclamation for this evening is recognizing Municipal Clerks Week, which is June 8th through June 12th. And I will read this in part as well. Whereas municipal clerks play a significant role in ensuring that municipal clerks preserve public safety and promote quality of life in the City of Mableton. Whereas the procedures for Municipal Court of Mableton operations are set forth by the Uniform Rules of Municipal Court and other laws of the state of Georgia. Whereas more people come in contact with municipal court clerks than all other city services combined, and the public impressions of the Georgia judicial system is largely dependent upon the public's experience that they have in municipal court. Whereas Municipal Court of Mableton is committed to the notion that our legal system is based on the principle that an independent, fair, and competent judiciary will interpret and apply the laws that govern us. Municipal court clerks act in a manner that promotes public confidence in the integrity and impartiality of the judiciary. Whereas it is most important and appropriate that we recognize the accomplishments and significant role the municipal court clerk plays in preserving the public confidence, integrity, and impartiality of the judiciary. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that Michael Owens, the City Council of the City of Mableton, do hereby proclaim June 8th through 12th of 2026 as Municipal Clerks Week in the City of Mableton. Do extend a sincere appreciation to our court administrator Mallory Minor, court clerk Robin Caldwell, and Victoria Harris Ferguson, and all of the municipal court clerks for their vital service that they perform in their exemplary service to their dedication and communities they represent and serve. Congratulations. Just to make sure you are properly recognized, our court administrator, Ms. Mallory Minor, will you stand, please? Clerk Court Robin Caldwell, as well as Ms. Victoria Harris Ferguson. Yes. All right, let's go. Yes.
Yeah, she was told we should hire her out.
And ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Alma Gonzalez. Alma came on after this was created, so we apologize for that. All right, at this point in time, Madam Clerk, we're going to enter into public comment, if you have public comment cards for this evening.
Yes, Mayor. Yes, Mayor, I have 5. And just want to remind everybody, there's a 2-minute time limit. And when you go to the podium, say what district you're from, please. But I am going to call the first name and the one that will be up next in the queue, so you can be ready to go to the podium. The first one to speak is Nathaniel Brown. And then we have Monica Delancey.
Good evening, Mayor Owens and Council. My name is C. Nathaniel Brown. That's my Hollywood name. Everybody calls me Chuck, though. I am the founder and executive director of a nonprofit organization called Expose Dementia. And what we do is we utilize the arts and media to educate about dementia and then to advocate for people living with dementia and their care partners. The reason that I'm here is because I want to I'm sorry, District 6 also. Sorry about that. The reason that I'm here is that I wanted to introduce us to council because we are here in Mableton and we're serving Mableton and Cobb County, although we do projects around the country. I wanted to make sure that we are aware of the importance in this crisis that is facing us. In Mableton, as you probably all know, that 75% of the population is African American and Hispanic. African Americans are twice as likely to be diagnosed with some form of progressive dementia, which is like Alzheimer's or Lewy body dementia. And then Hispanics are 1.5 times more likely. And so it's a crisis around the world, in this country, and then also in Georgia. And what we want to do is to be able to create programs to be up ahead of it so that we can talk about brain health and how to prevent getting dementia, but then also to create program for those living with dementia and their care partners who need help. And so our request from council is that you be a partner to us as well, as we're availing ourselves to be resources to you if you come across a situation where you need us. We're creating programs, events, respite programs, several things to be able to be in the community because we know that it's happening more and more. And then even with the baby boomers in this area, the numbers are increasing, which means those dementia cases are going to increase as well. And so we want to be proactive and not reactive. And so that's why we're here, to introduce ourselves to you and let you know that we're here. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Following Monica Delancey will be Denny Wilson.
Good evening, Monica Delancey, We Thrive on Riverside Rental Association. First, want to tell all the mothers Happy Mother's Day. Hope you had an enjoyable day this past Sunday. Also, I want to tell all the teachers Happy Teacher Appreciation Week, and all of you, because we all are teachers, right? So let me just make sure we acknowledge that. But I do want to bring attention to some concerns we have in the Riverside corridor. We know that this year, Mableton, the city of Mableton passed the Safe at Home ordinance. What's very concerning is there's an apartment complex. Since I have some extra, if I get one, did I write one? Okay, there's an apartment complex that we know of that has some some issues going on. And they're owned by the same company. And one of the apartment complexes, all of the apartments are boarded up, but we were told there are a couple more people still staying on the property. That's concerning. And then there's the other property that you can see, the one that's in blue. Those who have the picture, if you pass around, the one in blue, half of the property is boarded up, and there's a now leasing sign out front. And so that's very concerning, because why are they leasing this property when half of your property is boarded up? And I was told that they're advertising a 2-bedroom, 1-bath for $1,100 a month. So that's very concerning. And then I was told that they're getting at least 30 applications a week. So I would like for the city council, the mayor, to go and visit this property and really address the Safe at Home ordinance. Because how is it that half the property is boarded up, half the property is not being taken care of, but you're leasing out units and you're leasing for $1,100 a month, okay? And also, for those who do not know, but I'm going to share right now today, that the Riverside Community Benefits Agreement meeting will take place June 4th. If you would like invitation to attend, you're welcome to attend, but we want people to come, especially City Council, to update us about the safer housing, healthier housing ordinance, and amongst other initiatives as well. Thank you very much, Monica Delancey.
Following Denny Wilson is Phil Barnett.
Good evening again, Denny Wilson, District 2. So now the cat is out the bag. I noticed your financial display, and I saw on there where SSD is 21 million. So I guess that's saying you guys are gonna impose a meal of 4, or maybe 4 and a little bit above, because 1 meal is $5 million. So if you got 21 million up there, that means that you're gonna do 4 meals or more. But I'm hoping that once you decide to do that, that you take into consideration that you have seniors in Mableton who are on fixed incomes. I mean, and there are a lot of seniors that are breaking pills in half to make a 30-day supply. I mean, for me in my household, 4 meals would be an additional 300 and some bucks a year. I mean, I'm not gonna hurt with that, but there are seniors who will. So, you know, as you're at the table, I just want you to take into consideration that you do have people who are less fortunate. And just because you don't have to pay property taxes, you can't say, oh well, because it's not an oh well situation when a senior can't make it to the doctor, when a senior can't get their medication, when a senior can't pay any more additional in taxes. And a lot of the seniors in Mableton are afraid. I mean, because they don't know what's to come. So, you know, when you get up in the morning and you look in that mirror, you know, make sure you're doing the right thing, especially by the seniors who have carried this city on their backs so that you can be able to sit in that seat. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Following Phil Burnett is, sorry.
Hitting on son.
Following Phil is Brianne Perkins, and then she'll be the last one, and if Brianne, okay. Thank you.
So my wife told me to be cordial tonight, so I'm just gonna read what she approved. Right? So I survived the crack epidemic, the pandemic, changed policies at Hartsfield-Jackson Airport, changed policies at MARTA, which is crazy. Went up against million-dollar companies and billion-dollar companies, and I won't name them here. Survived gentrification in Brooklyn, Harlem, Newburgh, New York, which are thriving today. So I'm no stranger to the fight and the struggle. I did that without any social media, right? So Mayor Owens, I sent you a site plan and a design plan for 6671, but the council didn't receive it. And we made a decision that hurt a family, and it's part of my family also, the Mableton family. And everybody who wears a wig gets the haircut, anybody who has a natural doobie, those folks are hurting right now in Mableton. So my advice to Mableton, they need to reconsider that 6671 address in 72 hours. This is not a threat. I'm just saying to reconsider it because we have social media now. There's a financial and a mental strain on a family that can lead to someone's demise, right? If you know you didn't support 6671, do not go onto the property. If you did not support 6671, do not go onto the property. And this right here is the petition. So you can pass it down if you need to. If you want to sign it, you don't have to sign it. That's to be clear on where we're at right now. And Mr. Owens, Mayor Owens, when you get a chance, you and Bill Tanksley give me a call because we have a situation that we need to rectify with one of your workers as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barnett.
Breanne Perkins.
Yeah. Good evening, Mayor, City Council. It's Breanne Perkins. Representative Cummins has a few announcements to share. She is pleased to share several important legislative updates impacting the city of Mapleton. Effective May 12, HB 1452 officially became law. That was the technology fee bill. Representative Cummins believes that this marks another important step forward for the city of Mapleton and looks forward to continuing to work alongside the mayor and council in service to residents and the community. Representative Cummins is also pleased to share that Governor Kemp signed HB 1213 into law, granting redevelopment powers to the city of Mapleton. As a result, a referendum will appear on the ballot this November for voters to consider. As the city moves forward towards the referendum, Representative Cummins hopes Mapleton will develop a strong and comprehensive public education plan to ensure residents are fully informed about the purpose of the referendum, what redevelopment powers mean, and the potential impact on the community ahead of the November vote. And lastly, Representative Cummins encouraged everyone to attend her Catfish Rodeo Family Fun Day this Saturday at Sweetwater Creek Park from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. This event will provide a great opportunity for families and neighbors to come together and enjoy a fun day in the community. And I have flyers right here. Have a good evening.
Right. That's my girl.
Madam Clerk, I think that concludes public comment. Thank you, ma'am. All right, Council, we're going to move forward. Item 10 is our consent agenda. I'd like to entertain a motion to approve our consent agenda.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the consent agenda as written.
I second.
Thank you. Motion been made and properly seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor of approving consent agenda, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. The ayes have it. Thank you. We'll now move on to item Q, which is the approval of a professional service agreement between the City of Mableton and MXI Environmental LLC to conduct a household hazardous waste collection event that will be conducted by our Sustainability, Waste, Green Space and Beautification Director, Emily Ryan. At this point in time, I'll entertain a motion to approve this measure. Sorry. Yeah. I flipped the page and didn't notice it was, I looked at unfinished business. Okay, so for unfinished business, council is 11A, which is the second read for the ordinance amending Article 5 of Finance, Chapter 2. This is the second read. Director Ellis, is she still here? Yes? Would you take the podium, ma'am?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. This is no change to the first read, same document as prior, and just looking for your approval with the ordinance.
Thank you. With that, I'll entertain a motion to approve this ordinance.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the ordinance as written for the Mableton City Court of Ordinance for other lawful purposes.
I think that's for the Article 5, amending Article 5,
Yes.
Finance. Thank you, sir. Do I have a second on that?
I second.
Thank you. Motion been made and properly seconded by Councilman Ferguson. Any discussion, council? Hearing none, I'll go ahead and call the question. All those in favor of approval of the motion made by Councilman Davis amending Article 5, Finance Chapter 2, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Ayes have it. Thank you. We'll move forward to item 11B, which is the second read of the ordinance approving the City of Mableton procurement policy and other lawful purposes. This is the second read, council. Director Ellis has one question for you. Has this had any changes since first read?
No, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. With that being said, council, I entertain a motion to approve this ordinance.
Motion to approve the ordinance approving the City of Mableton procurement policy and for other lawful purposes.
Second.
Thank you. Motion's been made and properly seconded by Councilwoman Jeffcoat. Any discussion? Hearing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor of approval of the motion made by Councilman Ferguson, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Ayes have it. Thank you. We will move now to item 11C. Item 11C is RAZ 2026-003. This is the second read of Stallion Parkway at seeking the approval of an ordinance to rezone a 3.5 acre parcel from NRC to RSL. This is for a 61 unit senior housing development. At this point in time, Deputy Director Garver, you're recognized.
Good evening again. So this is a second reading for the rezoning application for Stallion Parkway. The only changes that have been made to this ordinance include clarification on the overall height of the structure. There were some questions that came up during the public hearing regarding that height, and the revised stipulation now reads here. And I can go back through as much of this presentation as the mayor and council would like. Just let me know. But just looking at the one change is to this number 5 of staff's recommendation. It now reads that the building is limited to a maximum of 4 stories, subject to the compatibility review referenced above. So what that means is that the max height of the structure will be 4 stories, but it also gives staff the opportunity to review the surrounding area to make sure that it's consistent with the Austell Road design guidelines as well as compatibility with the surrounding areas. And just for those who haven't seen or may have missed the first meeting on this application, sorry, I'm skipping all around. This is the site plan proposed for the applicant. It is a tax credit property for senior living. It's 54 units on this site plan. It goes between 54 and 61 units, as well as here is the proposed rendering showing a 4-story unit with pitched roof. Do you have any questions on this second reading for this rezoning application?
Just to make sure I'm clear, you said that it is written in there that it's limited to 4 stories.
Yes.
Any other questions for Deputy Director?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask about the parking. So at this point, the parking that we discussed last has been retained?
Yes, so they did provide, there's a new attachment to the record that discusses the parking compatibility that they did, looking at surrounding areas. They are proposing 1.25 units, or parking spaces per unit, which they have found is larger than the average in those cases. However, if they do go 4 stories, that may give a more opportunity for additional parking if you wanted that to be considered as part of when it goes through the land disturbance permit process.
Yeah, could we please?
Yes.
I just want to make sure we don't run into the same kind of situation we have at, on Floyd Road.
Part of the benefit of them going to 4 stories is a smaller footprint, which will enable more parking on there. It's not a guarantee that they will, but it does provide more space to have. No, because going from 3 to 4 stories does not change the capacity. It's still going to be 61 units regardless. But by going up a floor, the footprint is smaller, so which would leave more room for parking. But whether it's 3 stories or 4 stories, am I correct with that? Whether it's 3 stories or 4 stories, it was still only going to be 61 units.
That's correct. If the decision for the number of units would not be based on the number of stories, but if you see the 2 site plans that I'm going to show here, this is the first site plan when they were proposing a 3-story. You can see it's wider. And then when it goes to the 4-story, it limits the footprint of the building. Now, in these site plans, they did not change the configurations of the parking lot at all, but we could amend the ordinance, specifically in number 4, where it talks about density and site plan, and you can add language there to say, to ask that the site plan be reviewed for additional parking opportunities, if that is the desire of the council.
Any other questions? Yes.
Okay. All right. So I'd like to make a motion to, sorry, make sure I'm looking at the right thing here.
11C.
Okay. I'd like to make a motion to approve RAZ 2026-003, Stallion Parkway. And I want to amend it, though, to add the stipulation around parking since we're going to 4 stories.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Motion's been made and properly seconded by Councilwoman Jeffcoat. Any other discussion, council? I'll go ahead and call the question. All those in favor of approval of RAZ?
Hold on a second. So are we sure, because it's the option to go to 4 stories, is that exactly what they're going to do?
Their original, the last preference I heard from them was for 4 stories. The way I worded the language in the ordinance would have 3 or 4 stories as the option. So for clarification, if you did want to clarify that you wanted it to be 4 stories, then you can amend that part of it as well.
Yeah.
Right, so we would need to, yeah.
You can make the motion, just say 4 stories.
Who's going to make that motion?
Councilwoman Brown needs to do a friendly amendment to her motion.
Or a friendly amendment. So, I'm sorry, yeah, can you clarify?
Yeah, just a friendly amendment to include the suggestion.
Yeah, it's. Okay. Oh, okay, so now.
Yes, do a friendly amendment to your motion for 4 stories with consideration for additional parking.
Okay, so I'd like to make a friendly amendment to my motion to add 4 stories.
Second.
Now, a motion's been made and properly seconded by Councilman Ferguson. All in favor of a motion to approve RAZ 2026-003 with the stipulation of being 4 stories and to add additional parking, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. The ayes have it. Thank you. Great. Thank you,
Now that
ma'am.
we've done that, I just want to make sure, City Clerk.
Clerk. She's following along.
Okay.
All right, council, for The next item is 11D. This is the second read of an ordinance updating Chapter 12 of the Solid Waste Management of the City of Mableton Code of Ordinances, which establishes Keep Mableton Beautiful Commission and for other lawful purposes. I know that Director Ryan is not here, but we did discuss this measure on Monday, so I think everything is approved for this. Or in other words, I don't think anything was changed since that ordinance. So I'll go ahead and ask for an approval or ask for a motion for approval on this ordinance.
I make a motion to approve the ordinance updating Chapter 12, Solid Waste Management of the City of Mableton, Code of Ordinances establishing a Keep Mableton Beautiful Commission and for other lawful purposes.
I second.
Thank you. Motion's been made and properly seconded. Any further discussion, council? Before we vote on this, I just want to say Director Ryan is not here because she's with our city manager in training. Before we vote on this, I just want to take a heartbeat and acknowledge the fact that this is one of the reasons why the City of Mableton was created, to be able to help establish our own identity in the City of Mableton. We talk about Keep Mableton Beautiful. It literally goes to, this will be an affiliate of Keep America Beautiful. And one of the cornerstones of this city going forward that we're continuing to try to establish is Mableton is a beautiful city. We all know it. We want to keep it that way. This commission will allow us to do that. We will have a Keep Mableton commission with members from the community assigned or appointed to this upon the approval of this and council being able to make appointments. So with that being said, I would like to go ahead and entertain a motion for approval for an ordinance updating chapter, or I think you've already made that, and who seconded? Ferguson, you did? Mm-hmm. Okay, at this point in time, council, I'd like to go ahead and, any other discussion? Yes, ma'am.
I had a quick question about, I know we had a discussion at one time about keeping up with whether, like, say, for example, the trucks are actually, they have their monikers on there and, kind of designating who they are. And
Yes.
I'm understanding from constituents that there are still trucks that are coming into neighborhoods that are not properly marked and everything. So I was wondering, we had talked about like kind of keeping up with that type of stuff. Did we actually?
So we discussed that on Monday during our work session. We asked Director Ryan directly if there was any, how was the oversight of the program, right? Because we have somewhere between 12 and 15 vendors that are signed up in the oversight of our solid waste program. At that point in time, she reported that there was no substantial issues that have been reported to them, none that needed disciplinary action, or none that did not warrant a renewal of their registration. So that's why earlier in here we actually approved those via consent. But before we did that, we did ask her. As it relates directly to what you brought to the table, I would say that we need to get back to the city manager and to the director and report that if someone's seeing that in the city, it should be reported.
Okay.
And literally on the website, it should be reported directly and or directly to the city manager and have that followed up on. They can be cited because of that.
Right.
And they can be, that's a violation. So if they have to have decals. If they don't have decals, it's a violation. This section is slightly different because this is Keep Mableton Beautiful. This is specifically to the commission and to our affiliation into Keep America Beautiful. It was a good point. Thank you for bringing that up. But Director Ryan we specifically asked her, and nothing rose to that level. Any other discussion? Here and now, I'll go ahead and call the question. All those in favor of approving ordinance updating Chapter 12 of the Solid Waste Management for the City of Mableton Code of Ordinances establishing a Keep Mableton Beautiful Commission and for other lawful purposes, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. The ayes have it. Thank you. Council, I will just say at this point in time, get your appointee ready for Keep Mableton Beautiful. That will come up in a subsequent meeting. Thank you.
Mayor, I know we're about to go on, but can we ask City Manager to kind of explain what that process needs to look like to be able to report those sorts of things. Because I don't necessarily know that we know where to go to actually report something like that, besides calling up one of us, where citizens will go.
Calling your council member is not a bad idea.
Yes.
However, I will say, no, there's a formal process. I'm not going to say I know the answer or you do, because Director Ryan's not here.
I'm not going to say I know the answer, but I'm just going to tell the Councilman Ferguson, duly noted, and we'll figure out what the process is, and we'll let all of you know at the same time.
Yeah. There is, on the website, though, the solid waste and program is listed on there. So, and I know Director Ryan's information is on there as well as their email address. As a matter of fact, would you like to come forth and address that? I know we've moved forward, or would you like to get with council afterwards? I'm sure you prefer that, right?
She would prefer
Absolutely.
That. She was already hot.
All right, we're going to move forward now with our new business. First item is 12A. That's consideration and approval of a resolution to strengthen the City of Mableton's connectivity through collaboration of key community stakeholders to help empower the city for success and excellence. And for other purposes, this effort is also known as Mableton 4P. This is an effort started by our city manager out of city manager's office. 4P is actually something that City Manager Bill Tinks has done in a previous city, and that has been very successful here already in the City of Mableton. I know if he was here, he would take this moment to talk about the National Day of Prayer, which the 4P actually led in conjunction with the Mableton Ministers Alliance, I think. And this effort is underway and allows Mableton to extend beyond the city council and what goes on in the day-to-day activity of the city government, and extend beyond that out into the community, again, connecting community stakeholders. 4P, if you guys do not know, stands for pastors, police, principals, and partners. It is an effort to bring people in from the community to help deliberate and find solutions for challenges that exist within our city. With that being said, I'd like to entertain a motion to approve this resolution for 4P.
I'd like to make a motion to approve this resolution to strengthen the city's connectivity through collaboration of the key community stakeholders to help empower the city for success and excellence and for all other lawful purposes, Mableton 4P.
I second.
Thank you. Motion been made and properly seconded by Councilwoman Brown by a heartbeat. Any discussion on this, council? Hearing none, I'll go ahead and call the question. All those in favor of approving the motion made by Councilwoman Jeffcoat, please say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. The ayes have it. Thank you. 12B is the first reading of the ordinance creating Chapter 15, which is historic preservation in the City Code of Ordinances and for other lawful purposes. Deputy Director Garver, you are recognized, ma'am.
Okay, thank you so much. This is a first reading of an ordinance to establish the Historic Preservation Ordinance. The purpose of this ordinance is to establish uniform procedure for use and providing for the protection, enhancement, perpetuation, and use of places, districts, sites, buildings, structures, and works of art having a special historical, cultural, and aesthetic interest or value in accordance with the provisions of this chapter. One important thing that this ordinance does is it establishes a Historic Preservation Commission. This board is made up of 7 members. Each council person would appoint a member. One thing that's unique about this ordinance is that the members would be citywide at large. They don't necessarily have to live in the specific district. And we're also looking, per this ordinance, that at least 3 of the members be professionals in architecture, history, planning, archaeology, or related disciplines. And the service terms for these individuals would be a 3-year term, and it says that they may not serve more than 2 consecutive terms. Some of the responsibilities of this newly created Historic Preservation Commission are broken out into 3 different categories: designation and review, acquisition and preservation, and coordination and education. There's a lot of different responsibilities that they have, but it is important to note that acquisition and preservation all are under the requirement of mayor and council. They would not have the authority to do things like that without your authority. One thing to talk about with historic districts is how is a district selected and how is it evaluated. So the criteria for the selection of a historic district is a geographically definable area which contains buildings, structures, sites, work of art, or a combination thereof, which have a special character or special historic or aesthetic value or interest, represent one or more periods or styles of architecture are typical of one or more eras in the history of the city, county, state, or region, and cause such an area to constitute a visibly perceptible section of the city or county. And then we look at those properties. Properties are evaluated based on their age, must be more than 50 years old. If it's designated as historic, there's a non-historic component, which means it's less than 50 years old, but possesses architectural character. And then there could be intrusions within that geographic area that are less than 50 years old and which do not contribute to the historical character of the district. So what that's getting at is we would define a historic district, but not every property in that district has the same characteristics. So they would be categorized differently. Aside from the establishment of a district, we can also establish a landmark. And so this would be a structure outside of the district. And again, the definition is similar. A historic landmark is a building, structure, site, or work of art deemed worthy of preservation for its value to the city, county, state, or region. And then in order to meet the criteria, it must be an outstanding example of a structure representative of its era, one of the few remaining examples of past architectural style or associated with an event or person of historic or cultural significance. To give us some timeline of what the establishment of a district or a landmark would look like is it would start with the initiation. So first we have to create the Preservation Commission. Then the commission would create or identify these districts or landmarks. So the Historic Preservation Commission would make that recommendation. The council would have a public hearing, which needs to be published at least 20 days, 10 to 20 days prior. The property owners within that district would be notified. That district would be shown on the zoning map. Then it is distributed to the state office for review. Again, there's a review period. It looks like 30 days there. After the state's review is completed, it comes back for a second public hearing. Then we notify the property owners of the district, and then we notify outside agencies of the district. So it is important to note that there is a timeline and a process in establishing these things. Some of the other options or the things that the Historic Preservation will be responsible for is issuing a certificate of appropriateness. And so what the criteria when they're reviewing, if somebody's trying to do a renovation or a modification or new building within this district, is whether or not the proposed material changes in the appearance would not have a substantial adverse effect on the aesthetic, historic, or architectural significance and value of the historic property or the historic district. They may deny a certificate of appropriateness if the proposed material changes in appearance would have substantial adverse effects on the aesthetic, historic, or architectural significance of the property. A certificate of appropriateness, they must start that work within 6 months. They must start within 6 months, and then it's valid for 18 months. And then they would have to renew that if they didn't complete it in that time frame. And then another thing that would be reviewed would be demolition or relocation permits. And when they're reviewing that, they need to determine that the structure is of such interest or quality that it would reasonably meet the national, state, local requirements. Hold on, let me look at that a little better. If the commission determines that one or more of those criteria are met, no certificate of appropriateness shall be issued and the application shall be denied. So that means there's an extra review process for properties that would be considered for demolition or relocation if it falls within one of those districts. And that summarizes this first reading for the Historic Preservation Ordinance. There's no action required tonight, and then it will be back before you for second reading.
Thank you for that. Council, any questions before we move on?
When will it be on second reading?
Say again?
When?
This next meeting. We don't have any reason to hold out. any need to go further?
No, staff is, I'm talking to some property owners, and we'll bring that, any revisions in the second reading, but I don't expect that that would delay the process.
Thank you.
Okay.
And the expectation is for us to have a nominee at that time, right? Is that what you asked?
Oh.
That's not what I asked, but that was where I was going.
Is that what the expectation is?
So ideally, yes. However, we do not have to have the actual members to activate the commission. Is that correct, Madam Attorney? Yes. So ideally, yes, we will have them by next meeting, but if we do not, we can still move forward and pass this without having appointed HBC members. You have a question,
Yes,
Councilwoman?
I do.
Please
so
proceed.
First of all, I want to acknowledge that the Riverline group and also Friends of the Concord Covered Bridge groups are here regarding this matter, and I have gotten several emails today, which you may have also gotten them. I'm not sure, Ms. Garver.
I don't believe so.
Oh, okay, well then I would like to forward those over to you for us to have conversation, and we may even need to meet with them prior to us going to second read and approving this.
Okay.
Okay?
Yes.
Thank you.
I do have a question. I know you went over some of the timeline before for determining establishing storage, but how long is the expectation for that in totality?
I would probably say a few months, if not,
I mean,
maybe
I'm
by the end of the year.
Not putting you on the spot, holding you
Right.
accountable, but
I mean, by the time you get a commission established, the commission makes that recommendation, I wouldn't think you would have an actual district before the end of the year. Possibly, they may already have some of this background information that we've inherited from Cobb County to make that, original, or at least the first designation maybe easier, but we would need to build some time in to allow that process.
okay, thank you. Any other questions, Council?
Maybe I missed it, but if something has already been designated, does it need to be re-designated?
Yes, we did not inherit the Cobb County historic districts, and so we would need to reestablish those. Now, if something was on the National Register, then it's still on the National Register, but being on the National Register doesn't impact city codes.
All right, thank you, Ms. Carver.
Thank you.
Next, Council, is item 12C, which is consideration approval of consideration approval authorize the mayor to execute in substantial form the Community Development Block Grant Joint Agreement between the City of Mableton and Cobb County for this year, 2026. Director Hughes?
Thank you, Mayor, Council, members of the public. As you stated, Mayor, this item is to consider and approve and authorize the mayor to execute in substantial form the Community Development Block Grant, also known as CDBG, joint agreement between the City of Mableton and Cobb County, Georgia for program year 2026. You recall last year the city was received notification that it was in fact an entitlement community. Cobb County is an urban, considered an urban county, according to the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development. With that also comes the authority, if you will, for the county to reach out to the cities to coordinate, if you will, these types of joint agreements that will set the stage for how these grant funds will be used. In this case, for program year 2026. I want to acknowledge that Dr. Kimberly Roberts is here from the Cobb County Program Office, and happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Good evening, ma'am. Good to see you again.
How are you guys?
Good.
Did you have any questions about the 2026 cooperation agreement, or the joint agreement is what we call it, because the city is an entitlement and it is a joint agreement? We do anticipate these funds to be available in 2026, probably after August or so. So we will be having some additional meetings with Mr. Hughes just to kind of define the project scope, and he can provide some guidance to our office, and we will handle the environmental review and all the compliance nature of it, and he just let us know the projects that the city wants to accomplish. And most of the projects are public facility or street improvements, infrastructure improvements. So any kind of projects in that realm that is dedicated to serving that low and moderate income population.
I think as a reminder, we're estimating about
60.
60.
For 2026, yes.
Any questions, council, while we have her here? No? Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right, y'all two don't go too far away. All right, council, at this point in time, I'm going to entertain a motion to approve and authorize the mayor to execute in substantial form the Community Development Block Grant Joint Agreement between the City of Mableton and Cobb County, Georgia for the program year of 2026.
I'd like to make a motion for the consideration and approval to authorize the mayor to execute in substantial form the Community Development Block Grant Joint Agreement between the City of Mableton and Cobb County, Georgia program year 2026.
I second.
I do have a second. Who's second? Oh, sorry, Herndon, thank you. Okay, so the motion's been made and properly seconded by Councilwoman Herndon. Any further discussion? Hearing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor of the motion made by Councilman Davis, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. The ayes have it. Thank you, Council. We'll now move to item 12D, which is the consideration and approval of the mayor to negotiate and execute in substantial form for the Community Development Block Grant Joint Agreement for program years January 2027 to December 31st, 2029. Floor is yours, Director Hughes.
Thank you, Mayor. This joint agreement is identical to the one you just approved, but for the term would be January 1st, 2027 and run through December 31st, 2029. At this point in time, I don't know if there are any estimates in terms of what the annual allocation would be, but perhaps around the same amount that you have in 2026. And again, for the same types of activities that Dr. Roberts shared with you earlier, facility types of needs in low to moderate income areas of the city. So, and again, she is here to answer any questions.
Any questions on the, and I do have a question. These are normally it's in 2 year.
3 year.
3 year.
3 year, yes, but you were designated an entitlement the last year of our previous 3 year period.
Sure.
So we did a 1 year agreement to give you funding in 2026, and then a new term starts in 2027.
And that's a 3 year. Thank you.
So, and I guess my question becomes what that process looks like for the full 3 year term now that we're actually going to.
You're guaranteed the allocation every year. So every year we will contact the city and say, hey, here's your allocation. Tell us what projects you would like to do. Contact the city and just let us know what projects you would like to initiate for that year.
So then, and when does that kind of start? So we need to know before some date the projects that we want to have and that sort of thing.
Typically, we accept applications February through April of the prior year. So this year we're accepting 2027 applications. But so during that time period, the city doesn't necessarily have to submit an application, but we'd like to know what are their plans. So that's a good time frame to know the plans so we can start our pre-planning for the next year.
Okay, so we're kind of already.
Yeah, kind of now.
Okay, so we have to get that in quickly to kind of start that process.
But it's not urgent because we don't have the funding available from HUD yet. So we do have a little time.
But we have to get those projects approved.
We just need to vet them, not necessarily approved by the county, but just are they in a low income area? Can we document it? Has the environmental review? But those are things that we will do, yes.
Okay.
Yes? No other questions? Okay. Do we have a motion?
No, we didn't do that.
No, we did it for the last one.
Okay. So I make a motion to approve the mayor to get, I got the right line.
D,
Yeah.
12D.
To negotiate and execute in substantial form the Community Development Block Grant, joint agreement for program years January 1, 2027 to December 31st, 2029.
Thank you. Motion's made and seconded by Councilwoman Herndon. Any other discussions?
So, and I'm just going to ask this question this way. If it's, what is the negotiation?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
What is the negotiation that would take place in the agreement? I mean, it is a contract, so there's negotiations.
What section?
Well, no, what we're approving is to negotiate and execute. So that's what I was trying to figure out. What are negotiations?
Want to talk to the attorney about negotiating contracts?
We put that in all the documents, and we also put to approve in substantial form, and that gives us flexibility in case there are minor changes. Sometimes it's just a matter of adding people to signature blocks. It could be formatting whereas clauses, and it gives us the ability to not have to come back to the council for every single little change. But if there's anything that's substantive, which is a substantial change, we would have to come back to the council.
Any other discussion? All right, all those in favor of approving the mayor to negotiate and execute in substantial form the Community Development Block Grant Agreement, joint agreement for the program years January 1st, 2027 through December 31st, 2029, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. The ayes have it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you, Director. All right, Council, it takes us to item 12E. 12E is a resolution for the City of Mableton to establish committees for effective governance in the city and for other lawful purposes. This resolution creates a formal and transparent framework for the mayor's office to organize volunteer advisory committees, much like 4P that we just approved a few minutes ago. These committees are strictly advisory in nature. They do not create policy or direct staff or override the authority of the city manager or city council in any way. Their purpose is to strengthen civic engagement, build expertise, or bring expertise to the table, and be able to help the city better connect to the communities we serve. This is a best practice. I just talked about earlier what was done with 4P, some of the amazing things that they're already doing. The Office of the Mayor is looking at doing some of those same similar things, particularly with community health and other areas throughout the city. So at this point in time, I'd like to entertain a motion to approve this resolution.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the resolution for the City of Mableton establishing committees for effective governance in the city and for other lawful purposes.
Thank you, Councilman. Do we have a second?
I second.
Thank you. Motion's been made and properly seconded. Have any conversation, discussion?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir.
As the mayor knows, I called and spoke to him briefly regarding this matter. I had some questions and concerns that I feel like need to be brought up here for consideration before we vote. And as the mayor mentioned, we have the 4P resolution that we voted on earlier. So some of the concerns I had is that with this proposal is that it's sweeping, it's all-inclusive to allow the mayor to create advisory committees to appoint, to remove, and everything related to that, which gives me concern. Not so much about, it's not about Mayor Owens today, but it's about the office and being able to do that, and the issue of accountability, transparency in the city that we've established, that is the mayor and council. So just a few questions that came up after we spoke and I wrote for consideration is, when you read this, is how will membership selection ensure representation across all the districts? Will meetings be publicly noted or documented? Will recommendations be shared with the full council? Will committees receive staff support or even budget allocation? How do we ensure these remain advisory and do not unintentionally overlap with operational functions? And should council periodically review or affirm these committees? When you talk about 4P and number 4 speaks to the composition and terms, which speaks to much of what I've mentioned and doesn't give me concern, because For example, it gives council members ability to appoint and addresses other areas that aren't addressed here. So I would just really ask that council members consider these questions and things that I brought up and into anything else that may come to your mind as we consider this, because we want to make sure we're working within the framework of the city that's been established between mayor, council, and working with the city manager and members of our team. So with that, I'll yield and just make sure you all consider that, please.
Thank you for that, sir. And I do want to address a couple of those directly. In the charter, it clearly states that the committees shall, city council committees, which is separate, this specifically speaks to Office of the Mayor and Office of the Mayor councils, and it's very clear it says it shall be restricted to advisory roles only, non-binding, non-governmental in function, and this is a distinctive legal action. Second part to that was it clearly states in section 1H and 1I that the resolution states that the committee cannot bind the city, cannot override the city council, committees cannot interfere with the city manager, committees cannot direct departments, committees cannot create policies independently. So basically what this is doing is allowing opportunities for advisement, engagement of stakeholders, providing recommendations, as you said, supporting outreach and assisting with initiatives, all of these which are held within the Office of the Mayor and does not extend out to what could be seen as interfering or overstepping in any way. And what we're doing is actually this resolution actually binds the advisory commissions in that way. Without a resolution, it's completely legal for the Office of the Mayor to create these without that level of transparency and oversight. So by bringing this to the council, we're actually, making sure that this level of transparency is actually here instead of doing it in a way that does not have council or city oversight. And again, this is a resolution which has to come to the council, right? So if it doesn't come to the council, then the council has no oversight over it. So by bringing it to the council, this allows it to do that.
I have a question. I know that our charter allows for these advisory committees, but I think my general question is, can you maybe explain the benefit of having these advisory committees versus just being advised by a person?
It helps with structure, number one. These are advisory roles which are allowed. There's not only best practice, but it also allowed within the charter. But without the formal structure, you have informal groups, the accountability becomes unclear, and you do have the possibility for someone to say, oh yeah, I serve on this or that, and actually step outside the bounds. So this is actual formal structure to keep people, keep those advisors within the bounds of what we're setting forth, and by having a resolution around that, it actually keeps those boundaries there. So why formalize this structure? For accountability and transparency mainly.
And with the accountability and transparency, is there any documentation associated with these advisory meetings?
Yes, they are. Yes, meetings nowadays all have meetings and have minutes. But again, they're advisory in nature, so there's nothing that an advisory committee will do that can override anything the council has or can speak on behalf of the council. And again, I'll harken back to 4P. It's the same structure from the standpoint of there's nothing that 4P can do that overrides the mayor and council or even the city manager, because it doesn't exist within the structure of the official government for governing. It's advisory.
I just think it's critically important that whatever is discussed, we have some level of documentation of that so that we're all sort of kept in the loop of that.
So let me ask, because I'm hearing what you're saying, Mr. Mayor. When you talk about the 4P, there was more specific language there, and there's more general. It's a general allowing of the advisory council, advisory entities to be created that doesn't speak to some of the things that we're talking about right now, thus the issue that I have.
I think this resolution is actually more binding than the 4P one actually is, because this has more specifics around not only what the committee can do, but also what the committee cannot do, which actually goes further than what the 4P resolution does. And let me be very, very clear here. We did this on purpose, and our city attorney went back through and revised this again to clearly put these boundaries around the committees to do exactly, to ensure that the exact concerns that one may have would not be there.
My other question is, while I realize that this is being formed for the office of the mayor, as council, will we be receiving any type of information from these meetings, or is this something that's going to kind of guide what you're doing?
Sure, I think they absolutely would. You know, part of the goal is within the office of the mayor, which again is a charter-defined entity, and my role as mayor and the defined roles within the charter as chief spokesperson, chief policy advocate, and even efforts that we do throughout the ceremonial aspects, it allows us to bring other people into the table. You know, I've spoken with people at American Heart Association, CDC, you know, other entities that will help shape and guide, yes, me and what we're saying, but again, nothing can be created and established from a policy perspective without coming to the council. But yes, would there be things that I would learn and bring to the council? Absolutely. And let's be transparent about this. These are things I'm already doing. I'm already having these discussions with plenty of people throughout the metro area, throughout the country, because these are ideas that we're bringing forth. When there's policy to bring to the table, I haven't just created those out of nothing. These are stakeholders, these are people I'm talking to, whether they're local or in DC. Again, this just gives us a ability to formulate that and formalize that in a way that's more structured. If not, I'm still going to have the conversations. I'm still going to be having these discussions and bringing ideas. This gives us a way to bring it in a formal matter around the table.
Well, again, and I love the concept of more information, knowledge and experience from others, so that's not an issue. But I'll just stand on the questions I asked that I think are still a concern that's legitimate for where we are based on the language.
Thank you, sir. Any other discussion, council? Here, now go ahead and call the question. All those in favor of motion made by Councilman Davis, please say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay.
Nay.
Thank you, sir. Please note the motion is passed 5 to 2. 5 to 2. All right, council, we're going to move forward now to item 12F. 12F is consideration and approval of a resolution of intergovernmental agreement between Cobb County and the municipalities of Ackworth, Austell, Kennesaw, Marietta, Powder Springs, Smyrna, and Mableton for the use and distribution of proceeds from the 2028 Special Purpose Local Option Sales Tax for capital outlay projects. And I know Mr. Tanks isn't here, but Madam Attorney, do you want to briefly go over this?
Yes, Mayor and Council, I did have the opportunity to look through this, this resolution. So the county in 2022 implemented a 6-year special local option sales tax, special purpose local option sales tax, and that is a 1%, a penny sales tax on sales on sales within the county. This tax allows the burden of capital infrastructure improvements and capital overlay projects to be borne on the business activity that goes on within the county and the commercial activity versus on the backs of residents through property taxes. So this was implemented in 2022 for a period of 6 years. It's currently scheduled to terminate, to expire on December 31st of 2027. And this is not specific to Mableton, this is the entire county. So the county gets a percentage of proceeds, the city of Mableton and all cities within Cobb County get a percentage of proceeds relative and proportionate to their population size. So the county has prepared this resolution. They've asked the cities to look at and give feedback on not the resolution, I apologize. The county prepared the IGA, the intergovernmental agreement. I prepared the resolution that adopts the intergovernmental agreement The county has asked the cities, all cities, to look this over and to adopt it as soon as possible, but no later than June 12th. So I would just like to highlight, if you look at page, I think it's page 44. It was 44 on the PDF, so it might be another page on the actual document. Might be 35, but let's peek. But just to give you what I was pointing out, the city share, the anticipated revenue, assuming this passes, because even if you approve the IGA with the county, it still has to go before the voters. So the voters will ultimately decide whether the continuation of this or whether this 1% sale tax continues. But assuming that it passes and it goes before the voters and you're able to continue this 1% sales tax, the estimated recovery or the estimated collections that the city of Mableton would receive is estimated to be at about $90 million. And then that money would be used, of course, for these capital overlay projects, which includes upgrades to infrastructure, to city property, to parks, recreation, a list of things. So I would just say I would pay very careful attention to the Mableton's allocated projects, and then and I'm sorry, the county did not number these pages, unfortunately, but it's about maybe the 6th page from the last, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, yep, it's the 6th page from the last. It says Mableton projects. So if you look at this page, Mableton's projects are split in 2 tiers, tier 1 and tier 2. What will happen is that if this is approved, the estimated projections, which are collectively for all cities and the county, collectively estimated to be approximately a little bit over $1 billion, the estimated projections would cover every city and the county's tier 1 projects. And if a lot of times when you drive through communities and you see like huge, beautiful buildings, aquatic centers, really, really nice newer infrastructure, a lot of these projects are funded by these local option sales taxes. So this would just be that continuation. I would pay particular attention, again, to this list. So the $1 billion estimated amount would cover the tier 1 projects, but you also have tier 2 projects. So what will happen is that if collections exceed what the estimates are, and keep in mind that these estimates are conservative because they don't want to, it's always better to overperform than to give the residents the expectation that they're going to get $1.5 billion and then that amount isn't reached and residents feel that they were bamboozled. So it's a very conservative estimate of $1 billion, a little bit over $1 billion that's anticipated to be collected. And if that amount goes over, if it goes to 1.5, that surplusage you would then be able to use, again, proportionate to population, you would be able to use that on your tier 2 projects. And that would be consistent with the county and all qualified cities within Cobb County. So I do propose approval of the IGA so that the referendum can occur and so that this can go before the citizens to determine whether they ultimately want this continuation. But before you approve as a body, as a council body, I would just emphasize to make sure that you are okay with this project list. And the good part is that this IGA contains everyone's project list, so you can cross-compare it with the other cities to see if maybe they're doing something that you would like to implement, or if you're just satisfied with what you have right now. So again, the county is requesting adoption ASAP, but they've asked no later than June 12th, so you do have time if you need more time to review and reconsider your project list.
Thank you for that, Madam Attorney. I've got a general question. One of you may be able to answer it, and it's really about the SPLOST lists are generally laid out by cities and then the county's SPLOST list. What happens when cross-jurisdictional projects or joint projects from multiple jurisdictions?
Yeah, so there is the capacity to have joint projects, and when that happens, the county and the city who have a joint project would have to agree by IGA the proportionate split they're going to pay for that joint project.
And the same with 2 counties that would partner?
2 counties?
Or 2 cities, sorry, 2 cities.
2 cities?
Yes.
I don't think there's any language in here that reflects 2 cities. So that we would have to, I think, amend the IGA to accommodate that.
Okay.
Most of the projects are either going to be an exclusive city project or a county city project.
So what would be your suggestion if we were going to propose a city joint project?
Well, you wouldn't necessarily need to put that into the IGA. I would just say if you're going to do that consistent with another city, that you would allocate funds for that purpose.
Okay.
And it wouldn't prohibit that city, because you can't do it after the fact. So if you do it on the front end, then if you do want to collaborate with that city, you would be able to jointly use the funds, but not putting it in on this end would also give you the flexibility to keep the project to yourself if you don't want to do that collaboration.
Okay. All right, Council, so at this point in time, you've heard from our city attorney, this IGA is something that the county is requesting us to do, and we have the ability to move forward with it tonight or to potentially table it to the next meeting?
Yes, you can certainly table it. They've asked for it ASAP, but again, ASAP, but no later than June 12th.
No later than June 12th. I don't specifically have any reservations about it. I can entertain a motion to approve, and council, if there is a motion and a second, we can proceed.
I'm sorry, what is it? I couldn't hear what you said. Okay. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to table this until our next meeting coming up, so that to be able to fully make sure that all of the projects that we're talking about and all the language that we want to see is there. Personally, I don't know that I've had enough time to truly review this document, this idea.
Thank you for that, Councilman. Is there a second?
I second.
Thank you. Any further discussion, Council? Councilman Ferguson, is there anything that you would like to see specifically prior to the next meeting to be prepared to move forward with this? I mean, is there something that we need to ask the attorney or Director Hughes to go to the county? And I mean, I want to make sure that we are able to move forward, but to do so with the necessary information that we have, or we need to have.
Yeah, I'd like to have a conversation with Director Hughes about some wording in the document.
Wording in the document.
Yeah.
In the resolution or the IGA itself? Okay. All right, any other discussion, Council? All right, I'll go ahead and call the question. All those in favor of a motion made by Councilman Ferguson to table this until our next scheduled meeting, please say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. The ayes have it. Thank you. All right, Council, this takes us to the end of the scheduled business for this evening. At this point in time, Director Hughes, do you have anything for us?
I do not, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk. Thank you, ma'am. Madam Attorney.
No, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilman Davis.
Yes, briefly, and it has been addressed before, but again, I hope everyone had a happy Mother's Day. If you still have your mother around, please love her on her. Let her know how much you appreciate it. I've certainly missed mine for the past 10 years. Also, observing Teacher Appreciation Week. That means a lot to me because the teachers that I was blessed to have, some of them, shaped me into the man that I am today. Particularly my 9th grade science teacher back in my science geek days. Emmanuel Reeves, he ignited something in me that really has made me the man that I am today. And so hats off to teachers. I don't know if there's any out here in the room right now. If you're online, I salute you, because teachers have played an important and impactful role in my life. And Ms. Perkins did announce the Family Fun Day. I just wanted to reiterate that, because anytime we can interact with the youth on that level, I think is a great thing. I will be out there lending my expertise as a fisherman to the kids as well. So, and I really am looking forward to it. But please join us. See here, and that is, again, that's going to be the 23rd Annual Family Fun Day, hosted by State Representative Emeritus Roger Bruce and Terry Cummings. That is going to be Saturday, the 16th, from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. at Sweetwater State Park. So looking forward to seeing as many people out there as possible. I don't know how many fishermen are in the room today as well, but if you're there, come check us out. And with that being said, the only other thing I will say is this. I look at the interaction and the engagement, and I'm always pleased. It has been a blessing too. I'm looking forward to the comprehensive plan. The interest that was shown for that was outstanding, and I see great things ahead for Mableton, so looking forward to it. And everyone have a great night and be safe out there.
Thank you, sir. Councilman McNeely.
Yes, so last weekend I had the pleasure of attending the Center for Family Restoration Gala, where they raise money for families across our community, specifically those related to with issues of housing instability and affordability and homelessness. So kudos to that organization amongst many others in our community that are working hard on behalf of residents. And as Councilman Davis mentioned, Teacher Appreciation Week was last week. I had the honor of serving breakfast for the teachers at Riverside Elementary, so I really enjoyed that. And look forward to doing more of that type of work to show appreciation for the men and women who are serving our young people across all of our schools. And of course, you all know coming up later this month, we have Mableton Day, so keep that in mind and hope to see you at that event. It's going to be a great one, and look forward to seeing many residents across the city. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Councilwoman Jeffcoat.
Good evening, everyone. First, I do want to take a point of privilege to just let our city clerk and our municipal court clerk know how much we really appreciate all the hard work you do. And so, Allison and Susan, we certainly appreciate it. I know you only have a few more months, maybe years.
A few more years
left, but we do appreciate all of the hard work that you do for our city, so thank you. Okay. So last Saturday, I had an opportunity to attend and speak at the South Cobb Neighborhood Fest, prioritizing mental health in honor of Amani Johnson for Mental Health Awareness Month. Amani was 12 years old. She was only 12. She was a student at Lindley Middle School, and she tragically lost her life to suicide. And her story, it really is just so heartbreaking. It's a reminder of just how critical mental health awareness and support is, especially for our youth. I certainly want to extend gratitude and a special thank you to Officer Mitchell, who spearheaded this event. She brought the vision to life alongside the Pastors Collective. I do want to thank everyone who showed up in honor of Amani's memory to help shine the light on the importance of mental health, particularly in our schools and during such challenging times in our world today. It's not just an issue that affects one person or an organization alone. It takes a collective effort in our community. We must learn to recognize people who are suffering in silence You know, you can meet someone, they have a smile on their face and be hurting inside. And so it's just critically important that we create these safe spaces, these conversations, and provide healing and resources and support. Despite the weather, though, we had an amazing time. Kids were out, we had praise dancers, bouncy houses, we had it all, and it was just really fun. And so hopefully we'll get a chance to have this event annually in support of Amani Johnson's legacy and those that suffer from mental health. So Premier Martial Arts, it will be having a summer camp. It will be a full week of summer camp, and they'll focus mainly on martial arts training, arts and creativity, math on Tuesdays, and reading and writing on Thursdays. It's pretty much blends structured learning with engaging play to create an environment where kids are excited to come. It's great. So if you know anyone that would like to be a part of this summer camp, the QR code is there. You'll get 20% off for the full month, and it's ages 5 through 12. District 3 will have a litter cleanup. That'll be on Saturday. Please come out. We'll get there, be at 9 a.m. on Queen Mill Road. We had a few of these this year, and we'll have 2 more for the remaining of the year. I don't know, you look around, there's a lot of trash. And so I just want to thank everyone who is a part of our community, who gets out there. We keep Mableton beautiful. Robin Meyer, Barry Krebs, and the entire Keep Mableton Beautiful crew. We appreciate all that you do. So if you have some free time, you want to pick up some trash, come out. Let's keep Mableton clean. This is important. We gotta get out and vote. I remember when I was younger, my mother and my grandparents made voting a family affair. On the day of voting, we would all go together and we would go to the polls and vote. So many of us, of our community, have fought and sacrificed for the right to vote, and we should never take that for granted. I know that we're living through times where people are frustrated, overwhelmed, and disconnected from the political process. But even during those difficult times, it's critically important for us to vote. It's one of the most powerful tools. Whoa. Okay, I guess this was important now, or is important. I just want to encourage you to make sure you go out and vote. We have 2 more days for advanced voting. And then the polls will be closed on Saturday and Sunday, but on Tuesday will be the general election. So make sure you tell someone, research the candidates, and plan to get out and vote. Talk to your families, your neighbors, your friends, especially young people. Exercise your civic duty, get out and vote. So we won't have another meeting. I think our meeting will come after Memorial Day, but I do want to take an opportunity to honor and remember our brave men and women who are in our armed forces, who made the ultimate sacrifice to our country. As a veteran, this means a lot. For me personally, I have had a lot of soldiers, directs that are no longer with us, and it reminds us that freedom is never free. And I just want to encourage everyone to take time out to honor our fallen heroes and to support families and veterans within our community. Make sure you subscribe. Community is an app where you can contact me. We can speak directly. That number is 470-842-3922. So make sure you connect. I'm also on social media as well, Facebook, Instagram, and I will be on TikTok.
Okay.
Our next meeting's on the 27th, we'll have a work session and city council. And then lastly, this is a quote in the spirit of mental health.
Awareness Month. Audre Lorde, she says, when we do not transform our pain and heal, we most assuredly transmit it to others. So it's important that we deal with whatever it is that we're going through, whatever emotional pain, trauma, hurt, suffering. If you don't deal with it, if you don't heal, you'll pass it on to others. And that's all I have. Thank you so much.
Thank you for that, ma'am. Councilwoman Brown.
Thank you. I think we're, okay, awesome. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. If you would, thank you. So first of all, I just want to thank everyone who came out to the Creative Dialogue event. This was my first event as a council person, and I have to say that it was definitely a success. We had over 60 residents that came out to Happy Cat Studio, which is located on Veterans Memorial Highway. It is actually a interesting family story there, because this is a business that's been in Mableton for nearly 30 years, and they started out as an art framing business, and now they have the art framing operation in the back of the house. In the front of the house, they actually have a small film and photography studio. So they hosted us along with Mableton resident Will Amato of Draft Horse Productions, and our keynote speaker was Ashley McFarland, who's a renowned TV and film producer who lives also right here in Mableton in District 4. So definitely this was a District 4 event, but it really went beyond that. One of the things that I recognized that there was so many individuals here in Mableton who are involved in the creative arts. So this was our first opportunity to bring that that group of individuals together. It was astounding, some of the individuals who showed up and the work that they do in the creative arts. So this is definitely the beginning. I know that we will be forming a film commission, also arts commission at some point. So this was also an opportunity to kind of learn more about who's actually out there. So next slide, please. So Jeremiah's Gelato and Italian Ice, they are having on this coming Saturday a grand open and a ribbon cutting. They're actually already open, but this is sort of the formal event, so they'll have half-off treats. There's going to also be some entertainment, so please bring your family, come out for that. We'll be out there, myself, I believe the mayor and some of the other council members on Saturday afternoon, and just looking forward to that, and definitely proud of the work that they have done to come into Mableton. And you know, definitely this is just more economic development. It's more of what we need here. So I'm definitely happy to have them here in District 4, and they are in the Publix Plaza on Floyd Road. Okay, I think we've already sort of covered this one. I did have an opportunity, though, to go out last year to this event, and even though I'm a city girl, I do know how to cast a line. So I'll meet you out there, Ron. Well, yeah, so let me tell you what. The way that they do this is really phenomenal, because the State Department of, I think it's resources, something like that, natural resources, they come out the night before and they stock the pond. You could walk out there and catch a fish with your hand, just about, right? I mean, it's because it's a small area, but it's really wonderful. So many folks came out. It's really well done. And there's also great food, and I know that Herb from right here in Mableton is going to be providing the food at the event on Saturday, and it's free. So, you know, get your kids. I'm taking my grandson, and we're going to go out there and have some fun. Okay? And then just one last thing. Councilwoman Jeff Coate mentioned this, but I just want to reiterate, please, please, please go out to vote. You can go to the Secretary of State website and print out the list of all the folks that are running, and then the questions that are on the ballot as well, because it's quite extensive. And I feel like I'm pretty plugged in politically, but once you started really going through that list, it is a lot. So I would suggest, if you haven't voted already, to take advantage of that. Last day to early vote is on Friday the 15th, and then election day is on the 19th. So thank you all especially for you troopers who stayed with us throughout the evening. I appreciate it, and I wish everyone safe travels home.
Thank you. Councilman Ferguson.
So I'm gonna do my level set best to make sure that I don't step on Councilwoman Herndon. But a couple things I wanted to bring up. So first and foremost, thank you to the City of Mableton staff for always being professional, courteous, and compassionate. We as council have to make tough decisions and have difficult conversations, but we are not in the line of fire on a daily basis, so to speak, like our staff is. And our city manager and his directors have built a team of the best and brightest from Georgia and beyond, and getting the mayor in trouble. But, and as I've said before, I am extremely pleased with the hiring and firings we've done over the last 2+ years. When I get messages that say, and I'll just summarize this, I've lived in unincorporated Cobb County since 2012, so it was truly refreshing and reassuring to see people working for the City of Mableton who genuinely care about residents and want to help. In a time when great customer service can sometimes feel rare, your team absolutely deserves to be acknowledged. My heart sings when those types of thank you notes, and I've gotten at least 3 of them this week from my district and across the city. So thank you to the staff of the City of Mableton for all that you do. I'm also pretty excited for a couple of events happening that have not been mentioned yet. I've teamed up with the owner of Ease Into Flow. Her name is Evan Lettaway, to bring a community yoga morning at the Floyd Road Trail head on the Silver Comet Trail. This event is for everyone, and we will focus, see somebody's calling to get on the wait list, and we will focus more on mindfulness, breathing, and recentering than some of those yoga poses you know I can't do. Let's make this a Mableton winning weekend as we celebrate Mableton Day on Saturday the 30th at the Mableton Town Square. Then on Sunday, come on over again to the Floyd Road Trailhead on the Silver Comet Trail promptly at 10 a.m. And after we are done, there will be a treat for all who registered. And I repeat, for all who registered. So get registered, get your yoga mat if you have one. If not, we have some. Grab your water bottle, your cute little yoga pants, and meet me on May 31st at 10 a.m. at the Floyd Road Trailhead. So you're supposed to say it 3 times. So I said it 3 times, so everybody should remember. Everybody's already talked about exercising your right to vote. The only thing that I'm gonna add on there is go look at the sample ballots so that you know everything that's being asked on that day, and that you go in with all of your ducks in a row and know exactly what's happening. And then, after you finish voting, meet me for my District 5 Town Hall, which will be at Camp Timber Ridge at the Girl Scouts of Greater Atlanta headquarters. If you haven't been on site, you are in for a treat. This is a gym, and it's right here in Mableton. You know I support the Girl Scouts. I'm a girl dad, and I have a Girl Scout, so as an organization, but also as a foundational mindset for the development of our young ladies. My wife is the Gold Award winner, so she's very big about the Girl Scouts in there and what they do, and she's grown into a marvelous woman, so I can only imagine where my daughter's gonna go. So please join me for what I hope to be a great evening of conversation and not speeches. I want you to hear me again, conversation and not speeches. I'm not getting up there doing a whole bunch of talking. I want to hear from you, and I want you all to be engaged in the conversation. And lastly, this is just a little point of privilege and just a thank you. I believe, like I gave flowers to our staff, I want to make sure that I give flowers to our mayor while he's still here. Not for anything he's done on the dais or in the media. While he's still here. It's not like he's dying anytime soon, but every year the Lord has a number. Not for anything that he's done up here or what you see in the media, but it's for those backroom conversations and working on this city, and more importantly, for being there for me personally. I know when I needed it, we're blessed to have a city, as a city, to have him and to have his wisdom and knowledge and everything that he brings to that chair. And I look forward to where we will continue to go. With great leadership comes great sacrifice, and this man has done a whole lot to sacrifice for the city. So thank you, sir, for all that you do. I appreciate you.
Thank you.
And with that, I am done.
Very good.
Thank you, sir. Councilwoman Herndon.
All right, good evening to all of you who are still here. And we had 10 people who joined us online today. I managed to keep one announcement because Councilmember Jeff Coke covered one of the two that I had, but at least I have one left. And that is the Pick a Partner Book Club. I'm working in collaboration with a District 6 constituent, Deidre White, and as we all know that during the summer months, many of our students fall behind in terms of their reading. And so this is an effort to kind of keep the skills up and also to promote family bonding. It's focused for third graders at this point. And they will be joining with their parents to read a book, several books throughout the summer. So right now, it's going to be virtual so far, as we're still trying to figure out a location that'll be more central for everyone. But in the meantime, we're going to move forward with it being virtual. So just like to encourage those of you who have third graders and who would like something to do with them during the summer where you can bond and also encourage their reading to join us. The dates are here on this flyer. It'll be starting on June 4th, and it's meeting every second and fourth Thursday until the end of July. So after school and just before school begins. The hours are from 4:30 to 6 p.m. And hope we'll get some students to join us for that. So that's the only announcement that I had. Thank you all for being here. Safe travels home, and we'll see you at the next meeting.
Thank you, Councilwoman. My message is simple for tonight. Stay engaged, stay informed, stay in the fight. Thank you, guys. I'd like to entertain a motion for real estate personnel to go into executive session for real estate personnel, litigation, and miscellaneous.
I'd like to make a motion to go into executive session for real estate, litigation, personnel, and miscellaneous.
Thank you, ma'am.
Second.
Motion's been made and properly seconded by Councilman Ferguson. All those in favor of going to executive session, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Thank you. We will retreat into executive session. For those of y'all who will not be staying with us, thank you for being here with us tonight. Look forward to seeing you at the next City Council meeting. Stay safe and stay blessed.
Executive session.
Thank you. Motion's been made, seconded by Councilwoman Jeffcoat.
Did she
All in
count us
favor,
in?
please say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. Ayes have it. Thank you, council, and thank you for those who stayed with us while we're in executive session. I do not believe there's any other business that's sitting in front of us.
I'd like to make a motion to adjourn.
I
Second.
second.
Motion's been made and properly seconded. All those in favor of adjourning, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. Ayes have it. Ladies and gentlemen, we stand adjourned.